Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the situation in the Middle East as Israel anticipates and waits for an attack by Iran in response to Israel's alleged assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran, Iran. That assassination was Wednesday morning, and we have a live shot there of Jerusalem, which you can see right now on your screen. So we are bringing you live coverage, live updates. It is 11:07 Israel time. Not clear when this Iranian response will come, but Iran says they are going to respond. Also, Israel is waiting for a response from Hezbollah, an Iran-supported proxy group, which it is believed, will respond to a different Israeli assassination of a Hezbollah commander in Beirut, in a Beirut suburb, on Tuesday. And maybe the Iranian and Hezbollah response will be at the same time. When exactly will this happen? We just don't know. But we are going to bring you some more live coverage, bring you updates, and we're going to take some of your comments on the air. At Lookner on X is where you can reach me, at Lookner on X. And I appreciate you being here, and thanks so much to our moderators. We have Ruth Krafazi and Donnie Davio over there on YouTube. Thank you. And we have, one moment here. I have another camera angle I can show you as well. I'm going to show you another camera angle too. What about that? Oops, hold on. The other camera angle, well, let me thank our moderators. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Thank you so much, Linda Belk and Larry. Thanks to our Twitch moderators, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Papa Bear, Sharon, C54, and Surly Dev. And also big thanks to our Facebook moderators. Thank you so much. We have Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Margaret Riley is moderating. Ronald Egnor. Thank you to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. Margaret Riley, did I say? I think I did. Thank you. And thanks also to Susan Duncan, our new member, Corwin719 for the gift membership. E. Delg, who is working while listening. Thank you, E. Delg, for your support. Otis Fats and I. Kearney-ish. Thank you so much for your support. I think there's sound on this, but it's not particularly newsworthy. So we have, I don't think I'm going to leave the sound on because I think the sound will get in the way. But if we need to, we can turn the sound on. And then I'll show you another angle I have. I have an angle of the Israeli border with Lebanon. And that's this one. That's the Israel-Lebanon border. So if we have to, we can switch to that, assuming, these feeds come in and out. So I just have to, I have different ones at different times. But for now, we're going to leave it on Jerusalem. We'll leave it on the Jerusalem feed. Unless you want, I think the Jerusalem feed is a little nicer looking. So I think I'm going to leave it on this one. But if I hear of stuff going on the other one, I'll certainly turn it to the other one. There's also one I have access to from Haifa. I should load up that one. Get that one ready. Okay. So we're going to get you caught up, and we'll have to see. We just a response is certainly expected at some point. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you when it's going to happen. So we are going to do some coverage. G. Nerick says things are truly getting more and more unstable every day. Shondo says if Iran really had the capability to hit Israel, it would already have happened. Well, in April, they waited 12 days. In April, when they did their attack, it was 12 days after the Israeli attack they were responding to. Our viewer Label Angle says, I am in Bir Shiva, Israel. Shalom, pretty quiet. Shelley is watching in the Netherlands. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, so some people, one of our viewers, Major Canada, mentioned Qatar Airlines. A number of airlines have been canceling or suspending flights or retiming flights in and out of the region. I don't think the airlines have insider knowledge of when things will happen. They just think things might happen and they take action accordingly. I can give you some updates on that stuff, but Intel Crab had posted something about this. I'll show you something about that. Oh, this is interesting. I found an interesting story, actually. Intel Crab posted from Jerusalem Post. The Jerusalem Post reports that flights between Tel Aviv and Eilat, Israel, these are domestic Israeli flights, have been canceled for Saturday night and all of Sunday, amidst many other cancellations of flights from Israel to abroad. That's interesting. Again, the Jerusalem Post is reporting that flights between Tel Aviv and Eilat, that's in Israel, those are within Israel, flights have been canceled for Saturday night, which it is there right now, and all of Sunday, amidst many other cancellations of flights to Israel from abroad. The airport authority has not yet disclosed the reason, says Jerusalem Post. It may be due to diverting planes to rescue Israelis from Greece and Cyprus. I don't even know anything about that. I haven't heard anything about that. I mean, the reason that many airlines have canceled and rescheduled flights is they're concerned that they're going to be flying in the airspace when some Iranian attack comes. Let's see here. I'm going to show you a map, by the way. Oh, thank you so much, Up North. Up North from Canada. That's very generous of you, Up North. Thanks so much for your support of the channel, Up North. That's very nice of you. Thank you. Also, thanks to our members, Paula Faust and Lowe and Debbie James for the gift memberships. Thank you. I want to just show you something here. Oops. One moment here. Let me show you something here. So we do this here, and we put that, ooh, I know what's happening. Hold on. So this is a map, as you can see, a Google map. And just to show you, we had read that Jerusalem Post was reporting that, what was the exact report that Jerusalem Post said? They said, flights between Tel Aviv and Eilat have been canceled for Saturday night and all of Sunday. So Tel Aviv is up here, and Eilat is down here. Hang on, I gotta find that for you. Yeah, there's Eilat. Eilat is down south here. So flights between Tel Aviv and Eilat have been canceled tonight and tomorrow. That's breaking news from the Jerusalem Post. So I would not be surprised if that's because of concern about an attack happening tonight. Very interesting. See if I can find anything else about that. A hat tip to Intel Crab, at Intel Crab on X, for spotting that. I'm going to peek and see if I can find some more information about that right now. Mariv Online reports that in Kiryat Shemona municipality in Israel, residents are asked to stay near protected areas. In Kiryat Shemona, Israel. So that is part of Israel in the north. Although that might just, I don't know if that's because they might expect. Look, since the October 7th attack, Hezbollah in Lebanon and Israel have been exchanging fire near the border. So that could be where they're just concerned about some sort of one of the regular Hezbollah strikes on the border. I don't know that that warning is because they think there's going to be some huge attack or something. I don't know. But this city in northern Israel, Kiryat Shemona, Mariv Online says residents are being asked to stay near protected areas. It is 11:21 p.m. local time, guys. 11:21 p.m. Oh, a number of countries have been asking their citizens to leave Lebanon. So, for example, Faytux News found a new one here. Jordan Faytux News has called on its citizens to leave Lebanon as soon as possible. So, good job by Faytux News finding this. Here is from the Jordan Foreign Ministry. Let's translate this, shall we? Let's translate this post. The Jordan Foreign Ministry says, in light of the developments, they posted this 15 minutes ago. This was posted 15 minutes ago. They say, in light of the developments taking place in the region and in the interest of the safety of citizens, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Expatriate Affairs calls on citizens of Jordan to not travel to the sisterly Republic of Lebanon at the present time, and also asks Jordanian citizens residing and present in Lebanon to leave Lebanese territory as soon as possible. The ministry's official spokesman confirmed this recommendation comes in from the standpoint of precaution for any developments in light of the regional situation and concern for the safety of citizens. So Jordan asking its citizens to leave Lebanon and not travel there. And then this is a post from several hours ago from the British government. UK Foreign Office, British nationals in Lebanon should leave now. Border Force consular officials and military personnel are being deployed to the Middle East to support British embassy staff. If you are a British national in Lebanon, register for the latest information. But Jordan just posted that 15 minutes ago. That's interesting. I mean, Jordan is posting that announcement at nighttime, which is interesting. Very interesting. I mean, they posted this 18 minutes ago. So, do they think something's coming happening in the coming hours? Jordan is 11:24 p.m., guys. So the fact that they're posting this now is very interesting. You'd think they would post it during the daytime and not at 11 p.m. local time. Very, very, very interesting announcement. Hang on a second here. Hey, a quick thank you to, hold on a moment, as we look at this Jerusalem skyline, a quick thank you to Kenneth Colton for your support. Kenneth says, it's just a waiting game now. Who knows when Iran will attack? Thank you, Jeff, for your support. Thank you, Cruella, for your support. Did Israel take out another Hamas leader in a car bomb? I believe there was some more military activity today, but not a Hamas leader. I'll get an update on that for you. Thank you, RadPoker47 Trader and Player, and Kyle Rowe. Thank you, Kyle, and thanks for your nice note, Kyle. And Gordon Gott, thank you, Gordon. And Twitter Pated, thank you. So there was this that happened. Here's an Associated Press article. It says, hang on a second here. Let me show you here. I think this is, yes. So Associated Press, Israel kills militants in the West Bank as a nervous region watches latest on ceasefire talks. So this was not, I have this report from today, but that's not them killing a Hamas leader. 2 Israeli airstrikes in the West Bank killed 9 Palestinian militants on Saturday, Israel's army said, as violence flared again in the Israeli-occupied territory with tensions high over the war in Gaza and a potential regional escalation. This is a picture of a car that was destroyed in a drone strike in the West Bank today. The Israeli military says it struck 5 suspected terrorists on their way to carry out an attack. Ceasefire discussions on Gaza continued with an Israeli delegation led by the Mossad chief briefly visiting Cairo. The Egyptian official said the U.S. has urged Israel to seize the chance for a ceasefire after the shock killing of Hamas's political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Iran, which Tehran blames on Israel, and which is widely believed to have been Israel. The killing of the Hamas leader in Tehran on Wednesday morning and Israel's assassination of a Hezbollah commander in Lebanon have the region holding its breath for retaliation against Israel on either front or both after Iran and its proxies vowed to act. Calls for people to leave Lebanon sharpened as flight activity there cooled. And we just told you about 20 minutes ago, Jordan told its citizens they should leave Lebanon and not go to Lebanon. They just came out with that announcement about 20 minutes ago. Concerns about, Associated Press says, concerns about full-fledged regional war are high after the assassinations of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran early Wednesday and top Hezbollah commander Fuad Shakir in Beirut the evening before. Hamas said Saturday its command was holding discussions to choose a new leader to replace Haniyeh. Iran and its proxies, including Hezbollah and Lebanon, proxies are like groups under the support and direction of Iran. Iran and its proxies, including Hezbollah and Lebanon, vowed to retaliate against Israel, which said it killed Shukr, but has not confirmed or denied its role in Haniyeh's death. Now, this is a whole thing here. Iran's Revolutionary Guard is claiming that a short-range projectile was behind the killing of Haniyeh and accused the United States of supporting the attack. The United States, I believe the United States said they weren't even informed of the attack. I need to look that up. But certainly the United States has not said it's involved in the attack. But just to be clear, multiple news outlets, including Axios in the New York Times, and I believe others, have reported, the Telegraph and others have reported that Haniyeh was killed by a bomb that was in the room he was staying in already at a government-run guest house in Tehran. So I get Iran is now claiming anew that it was a short-range projectile. Iran has good reason to say it wasn't a bomb because, I think a bomb even looks worse for them. If there's a bomb that's been smuggled, it's bad enough if Haniyeh gets killed by a projectile, but if there's a bomb that made it into his room, that seems like an even worse security failure. So certainly it may not have been a projectile, and that may be something that the Iranians are saying too for PR reasons. The Pentagon said late Friday the U.S. military will move a fighter jet squadron to the Middle East and maintain an aircraft carrier in the region. The U.S. Embassy in Lebanon encouraged citizens who wish to leave to book any ticket available, noting that several airlines have suspended or canceled flights. The British government called on its citizens in Lebanon to leave now. That's from Associated Press. Okay, let's see if we have any other breaking updates here. You're looking at a live shot of Jerusalem. Quick thanks to Walter Beasley. Walter says, probably a long night. We shall see. Thank you so much, Walter. Thank you also, Nick Blackbird, for your support. And LB, our new member. Also, Boar Wasser for your support on Twitch, and Spicy Curry 69. And Aaron Weirdo, thank you for your support on Twitch. We are bringing you the latest updates here. But it's very interesting that the country of Jordan, which is right next to Israel, just about a half an hour ago, called on its citizens to leave Lebanon. They just issued the statement after 11 p.m. local time. Also, the Jerusalem Post Oh, I have another update for you too. The Jerusalem Post reports that flights between Tel Aviv and Eilat, Israel, have been canceled for Saturday night, which is tonight, and Sunday. Oh, also the Intel Crab found this as well. Armenia said this: travel advice for Lebanon. Expressing hope that peace and stability will be preserved in friendly Lebanon, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia calls on the citizens of Armenia to temporarily refrain from visiting Lebanon unless there is an urgent need for it. At the same time, the ministry urges the citizens of the Republic of Armenia currently living in Lebanon to exercise maximum caution, avoid visiting regions targeted in recent days, and follow the official reports and warnings of Lebanese authorities. Then there was also a U.S. Embassy Beirut post, I think. This is from the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, Lebanon, 6 hours ago. The U.S. Embassy Beirut notes several airlines have suspended or canceled flights, and many flights have sold out. However, commercial transportation options to leave Lebanon remain available. We encourage those who wish to depart Lebanon to book any ticket available to them, even if that flight does not depart immediately or does not follow their first choice route. So they're saying even if it doesn't fly where you want it to fly, you should get out of Lebanon. Just fly wherever. I have another report for you. Almog Boker, who is with Channel 13 News in Israel, says residents of the Upper Galilee region, that's in northern Israel near Lebanon, okay, the Upper Galilee region. Residents of the Upper Galilee region have been asked tonight to stay near protected areas after an updated situation assessment with the Israel Defense Forces. That is from Almog Boker, with Channel 13 Israel. He just reported that. Yes, Salu, our viewer, says, warning here in Kiryat Shemona to stay near shelters. That is also in northern Israel. Checking a bunch of different sources right now. I'm not even there and I feel tense about it. Some of our viewers, like David, think the attack will be on this holiday. Tisha B'Av. There was a story by Sky News Arabia a couple days ago where they claimed they had heard that the attack would be on the holiday of Tisha B'Av, which is August 12th, August 13th. I have not seen that report anywhere else. I don't know Sky News Arabia to be particularly authoritative. So, I am not putting a lot of stock in that report. Could turn out to be right. It could turn out to be wrong. Certainly, many countries and many activities seem to be taking place to prepare for an attack before then. Let me show you this. I mentioned this before. So, this is an AP story here. Hang on one second. This is an AP story. Now, a reminder. So right there, this person on the left is Ismail Haniyeh. He was the political leader of Hamas. He was assassinated, presumably by Israel, in Tehran, Iran, on early Wednesday morning when he was visiting Iran for the inauguration of the new president, who's this person. And this picture was actually taken the day he died, hours before. So Haniyeh was in Iran, and he was staying at a government-run guest building, and he was killed. Now, multiple outlets, including the New York Times, the Telegraph, Axios, and others, say that this was a bomb that killed him, a bomb that was already in the room. Now, today, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard claims a short-range projectile killed him. Now, as I said before, the Revolutionary Guard would have a reason to not want to say it's a bomb, which is a bomb is especially embarrassing for them because, the idea that somebody could sneak a bomb into the room this person was staying in suggests, just an enormous failure of security and intelligence. I mean, it's bad enough that someone, even if he had gotten killed by a short-range projectile, that would be embarrassing and bad enough for them. But a bomb would be even worse. So I would take this report from Iran with a grain of salt. Anyways, Teresa says Iran is embarrassed. So you can see here, Associated Press says, oh, hold on a second, let me just check this picture. That's a picture from the funeral right there. Well, the Iranian funeral. There's an Iran funeral and there was a funeral in Qatar where he was living. So Iran's Revolutionary Guard said a short-range projectile was behind the killing of Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh and accused the United States of supporting the attack, which it blamed on Israel. By the way, just to be clear, there's no evidence that's been produced that the United States supported the attack, but also his killing, you would have to the killing of Haniyeh would seem to go against the U.S. administration's long-held position that they want a ceasefire. Biden and Biden administration officials have for months and months publicly gone out there in public and said again and again they want a ceasefire and they're hoping for a ceasefire. So it would be kind of strange, and even like recently, like Biden is on record publicly as saying stuff like him and Blinken, they say things like we're close to the finish line and that kind of thing. It would be very strange if the strong public position of the Biden administration was we want a ceasefire, and at the same time they're planning the assassination with Israel of the political leader of Hamas. I don't know exactly what happened. I'm just saying, I said this when he was killed, that I'm guessing the administration is not very happy about this, the U.S. administration. Anyways, so I just want to be clear. I would also take this claim that the U.S. Helped plan, supported the attack. I would take that with a grain of salt as well. The televised statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, which reiterated a call for retaliation, said this is what Iran's claim is. This is what the Revolutionary Guards are claiming. They claim a rocket with a 15-pound warhead was used to target the residence of the Hamas political leader in the capital. By residence, that's the place he was staying temporarily while he was visiting, in the capital Tehran on Wednesday, adding it caused heavy devastation. It didn't share the details of the residence's location. Haniyeh was in Iran to attend the inauguration of the newly elected Iranian president. This article really should mention, I normally really like the Associated Press articles. This article really should mention that multiple outlets are reporting that this was a bomb and not a projectile. Anyways, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard said this action was designed and carried out by the Zionist regime Israel and supported by the U.S. It added, warmongering and terrorist Israel will receive harsh punishment in the suitable time, place, and capacity. Israel has neither confirmed nor denied its role in the killing of Haniyeh, but Israel earlier had pledged to kill him and other Hamas leaders over the group's October 7th attack on Israel. Also, Israel often does not take credit for assassinations carried out by its Mossad intelligence agency. The assassination has sparked fears of a wider regional conflict and of a direct confrontation between Israel and Iran if Tehran retaliates like it says it's going to. Back in April, Iran launched hundreds of missiles and drones at Israel, which said it intercepted 99% of them. That barrage came less than 2 weeks after a suspected Israeli strike in Syria killed 2 Iranian generals, and it marked the first time Iran had launched a direct military assault on Israel, despite decades of enmity dating back to the country's 1979 Islamic Revolution. Iran does not recognize Israel and supports anti-Israeli militant groups, including Hamas and Lebanon's Hezbollah. There is a live look at Jerusalem. 11:47 p.m. Israel time. Our viewer Frog says Iran has to do something not to lose face, but it won't be all-out war. Electrostatic says a massive rocket and missile saturation attack probably. What else could happen? Ortho Christ says no matter how he was killed, Iran is embarrassed with the incident anyways. The article we were reading is from Associated Press, who I pay to access their content and show it to you. Associated Press. Oh, Henrock is watching from Henrock City, watching from Haifa, Israel. Shah Pongal says, I've also read it was a bomb, but it hasn't been confirmed. No, I mean, if you're, and in terms of confirmation, I don't know, I don't think we'll ever get confirmation. I don't think you're going to see like Iran do a big public open report where they present all this evidence and allow public observation of the evidence and take questions about it from neutral media. I don't think that's going to happen. I guess Israel, in theory, could confirm it, but I don't expect them to confirm it. Victoria Estrida thinks Iran does not want to admit their security was lax enough for a bomb to be planted months in advance. Darius claims they're watching from Iran, which is very cool if that's really true. Ghetto Forest says, let Iran be embarrassed again. Corrine says, do you think it'll happen tonight? I have no idea. We're going to do a poll because we do polls about it. Hang on a second here. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. One moment here. I'm pulling this up. I am pulling this up. Let's see. All right, I'm posting the poll in YouTube. I just posted the poll in YouTube, and now I'm going to post it on Twitch right now. I am posting the poll. Now we're going to see what you guys are saying about this. Let's see. Our YouTube viewers say 34% say Iran's response will happen tonight. 21% say tomorrow or tomorrow night. 33% say later than that. And 12% say never. Walter Beasley, by the way, doesn't think the response will be televised and the world will be surprised. Walter thinks they're going to do something that people are not expecting. Thank you, Walter, for your support so much. Thank you also, Cyrus the Virus and Auntie Joss Kalanen. Thank you, Auntie. Tom Charles. Erin McCune. Thank you, Erin. D Block 020. Thank you. Thanks, Lurker Lemon, for your support on Twitch as well. Let's see what the Twitch folks have to say about this. What do the Twitch folks have to say? Over on Twitch, they say, oops, there. 22% say tonight, 8% say tomorrow or tomorrow night, 53% say later, and 17% say never. Walter says telegraphed. Thank you, Walter Beasley, for your support. All right, I'm going to wrap up the poll, but thank you for voting in the poll. So some of you think it'll happen tonight. Most of you think it will happen. But you're kind of split on the time. On Twitch, over half of the people think it'll happen later than tomorrow. Thank you for voting in the poll. We're going to wrap up the poll. Thanks also to Robert Castaneda for your support. And thanks LTJG and Eva. And shout out to our moderators. They are the reason that we can even have chat rooms, our awesome moderators. For example, Havasumam on YouTube and Ruth Krafasi over there. All of our other YouTube moderators. You guys are awesome. Chandra. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Seriro, David Green, Idaho Star, McBritches, Papa Bear, Sharon C54, and Surly Dev. Joe thinks the longer the wait, the larger the attack. Thanks Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body for moderating, Ronald Egnor. Big thank you. And thanks to Linda Belk and Larry on X moderating. And thanks so much to PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you. And Clean937 Samuel from Canada. Thank you for your support. And also, I want to say thanks to James Carlberg. Thank you so much, James, for your support of the channel. I really appreciate it, James. Thank you. See if we have any updates for you. It is almost midnight local time. It's almost midnight, 11:55 p.m. Qatar Airways posted an update. Intel Crab posted this. Qatar Airways says, in light of some misinformation circulating regarding our flight schedule, Qatar Airways reiterates that it has not suspended any flights to or from Amman, Jordan, Beirut, Lebanon, and Baghdad, Iraq. Some flights have been rescheduled, and passengers are advised to check the status of flights. So they have not suspended flights, but they have rescheduled flights. So I guess if you have a flight with them, the time might be different, but it's not canceled, I guess. Anyways, if you happen to have a Qatar Airways flight, that's an update for you. I don't know exactly what the suspension involved, what the time change involves. Are they moving it to like not nighttime or what? Let's see. I'm trying to find out details about what exactly the change is. I see some people posting claims about it, but I don't have reliable source on what exactly those timing changes are. Mike Culver thinks that Iran will let somebody else do it, like their proxies. The thing is, so Iran itself has said that they're going to retaliate. The supreme leader of Iran has said that Iran would take action. So, Iran certainly has a number of proxy forces who could act along with it and may act along with it. But I am expecting, and many others are, Iran to be directly involved because they have said they are going to respond. The New York Times had reported a few days ago that the supreme leader had ordered a direct response by Iran. Nick says, do you think the U.S. is involved with Iran's planning? No, I don't think that Iran is going to tell the U.S. what it's going to do, or Israel. Although, who knows, if they really don't want to cause a lot of damage, they could give them a heads up before they do it. But, something I'm going to show you this Institute for the Study of War report shortly. We'll talk about that. But one thing that I have been saying, and that the Institute of Study of War said, is that there's a good argument that Iran will feel that it needs to do something serious here because they'll want to deter Israel. Look what happened. Within hours, Israel killed a top commander. I've seen him described as the top commander, one of the top people in Hezbollah, which is an Iranian proxy group, an Iran-backed group in Lebanon. And they killed him in the suburb of Beirut, the capital of Lebanon, which is highly provocative. So within hours, Israel killed him, and then, presumably, they also killed the political leader of Hamas when he was in Iran, in the capital of Iran, as a guest of the state of Iran, in a room he was staying in a government building. So Iran might feel like, we need to put a stop to this. They feel like they can do whatever they want. We need to show them they can't do this. To me, that would make sense. That Iran would think, we need to deter them. We need to show them that if they keep doing this stuff, they're going to be punished. So I would think Iran would want to not. They have a good motivation to want to conduct some sort of response that will actually make Israel think twice about doing such things in the future. Bree M thinks there's nothing they could do that would deter them. That's what Bree M thinks. Glitch McConnell thinks Israel can do whatever it wants and Iran is scared. We'll talk more about that. Ashira Rachel Rivka says, just so you know, Tisha B'Av isn't a holiday. It's a day of mourning where we fast from dusk until nightfall. August 12th until August 13th. Yeah, so, I mean, I wasn't using the word holiday in any kind of like, I think we're both saying the same thing. I wasn't saying, like, I was using the word holiday just to mark like an important day where people do special things. I wasn't saying it's like a holiday where everybody goes out and has fireworks and parties. Just to be clear. But Ashira says Tisha B'Av is the anniversary of many calamities that have befallen the Jewish people, including the destruction of the first and second temples. Anyways, thank you, Ashira, for writing in. The reason we were mentioning it is because there is, I want to say this again, there is one single report from several days ago from Sky News Arabia, which I don't, in my experience, they're not like the authoritative Middle East source. So I don't really put a lot of weight on one report by Sky News Arabia claiming that they have some unnamed sources that tell them the attack will be on Tisha B'Av on August 12th to August 13th. It might be, but you just need to be careful with this stuff. And you'll see it like it was in the Jerusalem Post, and you might say the Jerusalem Post reported it. Well, no, if you read the Jerusalem Post article, they just say that Sky News Arabia reported it. So it is not very well sourced right now. I would consider it a bit above a rumor at this point. And maybe it'll turn out to be right, but you need to, when you see these stories floating around, you need to say, where are they coming from? Who is reporting them? Is anyone else reporting it? And I've seen no one else report that yet. So I personally am not putting that much stock into it. But I appreciate Ashira writing in. Thank you, Ashira. Wikipedia calls Tisha B'Av an annual fast day in Judaism, in which a number of disasters in Jewish history occurred. Oh, this is interesting. Alex Malarkey sent me that Trey Yinks posted. I had missed this before. Trey Yinks from Fox News, who reports from the Middle East, says, a growing list of countries are calling on their citizens to leave Lebanon immediately. Jordan called on them to leave about an hour ago, after 11 p.m. local time. Lots of things not known to the public. Many diplomatic efforts ongoing behind the scenes to avert a larger war, but the clock is ticking. That's interesting. Lots of things not known to the public, he says. Linda Tremblay says it's all about the sources. Oops, let me get the clock back and take this back on. You are looking at a live shot of Jerusalem. Steven sent me a commentator on I-24 News who said that if people in Israel notice their phone service or internet signal are disrupted, they should treat it as a red alarm and stay near shelters. Because this commentator on I-24 News English said Iran could combine a cyber attack with a missile attack. Thank you, Stephen, for sending that in. Let me also show you guys. The so that right there, oops, that's not Jerusalem. This right here is the border. This is in northern Israel near the border with Lebanon. That's where this is. So I'm just temporarily switching to this view. This is the northern Israel near the border of Lebanon. And then this is Jerusalem. I think the Jerusalem picture is nicer to look at, which is why I'm showing it. I'm happy to switch it if you'd like. But we showed the northern Israel view a bunch yesterday. But if everybody wants the northern Israel view, I can switch to that one. Someone might argue that you might see something in northern Israel earlier. I'm not sure. No, I'm not going to do the split screen right now. There's no reason to do split screen right now. Well, it's not a good enough reason to do split screen. Pain in the butt. Then you can't see stuff. It's smaller. No, there's no Tel Aviv stream right now that I have. Donna Smith says, "What does flight radar show in airspace?" So the important point I always make about the flight radar is, I do not know enough about what flight radar normally looks like at any normal time, at any given time normally in the region. So I cannot look at flight radar and say, "Wow, something's happening," because I don't know what it normally looks like. So I follow lots of accounts that know that flight radar. And if something really amiss is happening there, they will certainly say so. So if I am not hearing from various people I follow that there is something really different going on with the flight radar, then I am confident that there's not something really different going on with the flight radar. So I can show you, but I just want to be clear that, it would not be helpful for me to try to analyze flight radar, because you need to know what does it normally look like. You might be looking at an area where there's normally not any traffic at this time of night. Also, a bunch of airlines have temporarily canceled flights in the region, so it might have less traffic. But I am not aware of any kind of, again, if there's very important stuff going on flight radar, the people who know it well will certainly be talking about it. It's after midnight there right now. So for whatever it's worth, here's Flight Radar 24 in the area. Again, it's 12:11 a.m. Israel time. But again, if there's something big going on the flight radar, it will be reported. Cruella says, "Where are our chat aviators?" So I will certainly have that ready to look at if I hear that something important is going on with that flight radar. That's from Flight Radar 24. Maybe we'll switch to why don't we switch to the other shot for the time being, just out of interest. This is the view of Israel-Lebanon border. Let's see if I can change this. Is this going to work? Israel, Lebanon border. Okay. So we'll switch the camera for a little bit. Let you see that angle. See what's going on there. This is in more specifically, it's the view of the western side of Israel's border with Lebanon. Hey, quick thanks to Melody Aceves for your support. Thank you, Melody, very much. Thank you also, Kristen Gates. That's very kind of you, Kristen Gates. Thank you. Thanks to Dolores Wilson. Thank you. Thank you to Cam D1518. Thank you to Trey Everyday. And Eliza Jane. Thank you, Eliza Jane. It is 12:15 a.m. I am checking a bunch of different sources here. And thanks so much, Athletics. Thank you so much, Athletics, for the gift memberships. It's very kind of you, Athletics. Thank you. I'm going to also check some of the Israeli news outlets and see what they have to say. See if they have any new reporting on their sites or anything like that. Let's see here. N12 News Israel says peak alertness in the air defense. Assessment: the response may include a simultaneous attack from several arenas. This is from Channel 12 Israel. High alert: Israel is waiting for a response from Iran and Hezbollah, according to Channel 12. Channel 12 reports Israel is preparing for a response that will arrive within a few days from several arenas at the same time. Channel 12 says, our reporter said in Israel it is estimated that a reaction to the assassinations, the assassination of the Hamas leader in Tehran, Iran, and hours before that, the assassination of the top Hezbollah general in Beirut, a suburb of Beirut, Lebanon. Channel 12 says, our reporter said in Israel it is estimated that a reaction to the assassination may come in the coming days from several areas at the same time. Don't have any more specifics there in that report I was looking at from Channel 12 Israel. Let me give you another report here. Ynet News, which is another Israeli news outlet, says Israel girds for inevitable multi-front assault. Ynet says that Israel officials consider a combined or separate attack by, I believe, Lebanon and Iran. Lebanon, it's not Lebanon, Hezbollah and Iran. Israeli officials consider a combined or separate attack by Iran and Hezbollah inevitable, although there remains uncertainty regarding its timing and scale. Ynet says Israel is preparing for multiple scenarios, including severe ones, while also considering a preemptive strike before any retaliation reaches Israel. Government ministers were briefed to prepare for all possibilities with warnings that an attack could happen at any moment, potentially escalating into a multi-front war with widespread destruction. This is from Ynet. Ynet claims that some ministers have been provided with satellite phones to ensure communication in case of cellular network failure. Ynet also reports that Hezbollah is seeking a significant attack on Israel, possibly targeting more than military objectives, just military objectives, and the assessment is that Iran has yet to finalize its response plan. Ynet also says they spoke to an Israeli official who expressed concerns that if the attack launches from multiple fronts at a rapid pace, it will be challenging for the Israel and the U.S. to counter, possibly resulting in numerous casualties. So that's from Ynet, which is an Israeli news outlet. Thank you also, Palm Tree Lover, for your support. And Donna Smith. Thank you, Donna Smith. Carl Fault says the wait continues. Supergram sent me something. Where is the original source of this? I think we might have talked about this yesterday. I can't remember. Yeah, we talked about this during the stream yesterday. CBS News had a story that said Iran's representation to the UN said Hezbollah will choose broader and deeper targets after Israel's Beirut strike. CBS says Iran's representation to the United Nations warned that after Israel assassinated a top commander of Hezbollah in a suburb of Beirut, Lebanon, that may result in the Hezbollah attacking much broader and deeper civilian as well as military targets inside Israel. The spokesperson for the mission, Iranian mission to the UN, said, "We anticipate that in response, Hezbollah will choose broader and deeper targets and will not restrict itself to solely to military targets and means." It would be even more provocative if an Iranian / Hezbollah response targeted civilian targets. But we'll have to see what happens. Thank you, Supergram. Scott Hare, our viewer, says, "I don't see this retaliation if it comes occurring in Israel. Iran could likely hit a softer target outside of the state embassy major event. Iran, I don't think, has the capabilities for a large-scale attack like people are picturing." That's what our viewer Scott Hare says. Some people are mentioning some rocket alerts. Oh, guys, hey, look in the there's flashes. There's flashes. I think those are rockets getting shot down. We see flashes. We see flashes. Look. We're seeing flashes on the screen right now. Look at the flashes. Look at the flashes. Look at the flashes. Right here. Flashes in the sky. Flashes in the sky. Now, that does look, that looks like maybe the kind of usual rocket barrage from Lebanon. Okay? Just to be clear, it is very regular that you have rockets fired from into northern Israel. So that in itself is not the Hezbollah and Iranian response, but it looked like maybe some interceptors were shooting down rockets over the sky there. Let me try to get you an update on that. Yes, a bunch of rocket alerts went off in northern Israel near the border with Lebanon, and that's why we just saw a bunch of flashes in the sky. So that in itself is not either the Iran response or the Hezbollah response. Yes, that is a regular occurrence where rockets are fired from Lebanon. Used to be they were fired more from Hamas in Gaza, less so these days after the fighting since last October. But it looks like, I will replay that in a second. I'm going to replay it for you in a second. But we did look like we just saw some interceptors taking out rockets, I presume, that were fired by Hezbollah. Now, see, I just got rocket alerts on my phone. I wonder if it's delayed. Let's keep an eye on the sky. Usually I get the rocket alerts on my phone, and I just got some. Oh, so keep an eye on the sky. There was a bunch of alerts. There was a bunch of alerts in northern. I think what happened is the Red Alert app might have been a little late on it, because I'm just seeing it now from my phone, and I think the ones that my phone are referring to were the ones from like 3 or 4 minutes ago. To be clear. Because people were saying the alerts, and I was looking at my phone, and I say, I don't see anything. And they literally just popped up on my phone. But if the alerts are for northern Israel, this is the camera to look at. This is the Israel-Lebanon border we're looking at. We'll give it a minute, and then I'm going to. We'll give it a minute, and then I'm going to. I'll rewind and let you watch those flashes again. We'll replay that for you. Now, I'm seeing some more notifications, guys, in northern Israel. Let's keep an eye here. I can't tell. I'm seeing some new alerts, but I don't know if these are new or not. So let's watch the sky here. Let's watch the sky and see if we see any more flashes. But there are some new, possibly some more alerts in northern Israel right now. Right now. So more rocket alerts right now in northern Israel. But I don't know if that's old. It's a little. Man, it's hard to tell. I think red alert might have been late on it. I think that's what the confusion is from. I think that's what the confusion is from. Oh yeah, Joe Truzman. So Joe Truzman posted a video which I don't have the rights to, but there definitely were interceptors that went up a couple minutes ago. Let me show you guys. Yeah, it's so what happened. Here's what happened. About probably 10 minutes ago or so, there were a bunch of rocket alerts in northern Israel, and then we saw interceptors taking out rockets. And what happened is the Red Alert app. There's more alerts right now on the Red Alert app. So I don't know what's going on. It's confusing. I think there's more alerts now from the app, but are these still old alerts? Because it looks like the app was behind the first barrage. So I'm a little confused with whether there are new alerts or not. Here, I'll post a video in the chat. So what I'm going to do in a second is I am going to replay right now the video from a couple minutes ago where we saw explosions in the sky. But again, this is a regular occurrence. I see no evidence that we saw anything other than one of the regular rocket barrages that happens when Hezbollah fires rockets at Israel from Lebanon. There's no evidence right now that it's anything more than that. But we will keep an eye on what's going on there, obviously. So let me show you this. But we will keep an eye on what's going on. I need to like, what I need to do is get my own broadcast back up there. Okay, there's my own broadcast. And I'll keep an eye on the current situation too. All right, so this was moments ago. Uh-oh, everything's falling apart now. Hang on. Now we're in like a weird loop or something. Uh-oh. Let me try this again. I really messed up. All right, there's current. That's current. That's current. Let me cue it up. Let me cue it up to where the explosions happen, and then we will go from there. How many minutes ago was that? That's what our viewer Scott here says. Okay, yeah, all right. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm queuing it up. You're looking at the live shot. I'm just trying to find the exact right time where we started seeing these things. Oh, geez, I missed it. What is the... Does anybody know what was the time code? What time was it on the clock when... was it like 5:25? Is that what it was? I see it. I can see it now. I can see it now. I got it. I got it. You can actually see the interceptors go up. Wow, that's incredible. All right, I'm going to show this right now. All right, give me a second. Hang on. I'm going to put it on the screen right. I'm going to put it on the screen for you right now. All right, give me a moment here. Okay, so this is what I'm showing you now is a replay. This is a replay from 10 minutes ago. This is a replay from 10 minutes ago. So I know it says live, but this is a replay from 10 minutes ago. So watch below me. Watch below me. Just keep watching below me and watch what happens. You actually see the interceptors go up. Give it a few seconds here. Hang on. Give it a few seconds. A few more seconds. If I've queued it up right. Keep watching below me. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. Just wait a few more seconds here. I queued it up a little early. Again, this is about 10 minutes ago. This is the footage from about 10 minutes ago. Sorry, I thought I queued it up right at the start, but I queued it up like a minute before. People, I know you're doubting me. I know you're saying it's never going to happen. But believe me, it's going to happen. Unless I messed up. Again, this is the replay footage that you're watching. The replay footage. Oh, see that? There they are. There are the interceptors right there. There they are. See the explosions? You can see the interceptors going up in the explosions in the sky. You can see that? See the lights that go up in the sky, that slowly go up? See them going up now? That was about 10 minutes ago. Look at that. Again, this is a regular occurrence in Israel. And that's when I started seeing it right there. So there you go. Well, let's watch those few seconds again. Again, this is not, that was about 10 minutes ago. About 10 minutes ago. Here. I'm replaying it again. Here's a replay. Replay of 10 minutes ago. Replay of 10 minutes ago. Israel-Lebanon border. Look at that. Wow. A bunch of interceptor explosions there. All right. Well, so there. Let me just mark down that time so I have it. So we can go look at it later if we want. All right, now let me go back to the live shot here. Let me go back to the live shot. That's a live shot. Now you're looking at the live shot. I'm glad we switched to the Lebanon border shot, so we got to see that live. Wow. Wow. Thanks, by the way, to Oil Medic 911, our member. Thank you, Jack. Horicon, thank you, Jack, for your support. And hey, Bill Fisher just gave 50 people memberships. That is very generous of you, Bill. Make sure you thank Bill if he gave you a membership. Thanks so much, Bill. That's super nice of you. Thank you. Thank you to our member M. Gugu. Thank you, Otis Fats. And Twitter Pated. And Jan Erik Edvardsen. Yes, Jan, the U.S. has a carrier group and involving multiple ships in the Middle East. They have multiple ships generally in the Middle East that are there to help defend Israel and possibly do other things. But definitely missile defense and offensive capability if they need it. A couple days ago, the Secretary of Defense sent a carrier group to replace the one that was already there. But there are ships in the region already. Thanks, Suzette White, our member. Otis says that was not Iran. Yeah, I mean, I assume that was just your, quote unquote, regular rocket barrage from Hezbollah. But who knows, was that barrage fired to test out something before a bigger barrage? I don't know. Thank you, Josh Shakalaka, our new member. Palm Tree Lover, for your support. Thank you. Camus. Yeah, the aircraft carrier that announced a couple days ago was sent to replace one that was already there and due to go home. I'll do a checkup there on things, but there also were already U.S. ships in the region. Camus says there could be some gentleman's agreement with Iran that they won't attack until our jet's in position and they can shoot everything down. Look, as I said before, I do think that Iran has a motivation to want to not carry out a token strike. They just had two very serious provocative assassinations. One of a leader in an Iranian proxy group, Hezbollah, in a suburb of the capital of Jordan, and the other one in Tehran of a leader of Hamas. So I think that Iran is going to actually want to do something with some bite as a deterrent, not to want to just do a token thing where it looks like they're doing something, but actually doesn't cause any damage. That's what I think. I might be wrong. Institute for the Study of War thinks that too. We'll check out what they said again in a moment. I would not assume at all that, I would not just assume that, this will be some token thing and they actually don't want to do any damage with it. I mean, look at these two assassinations that Israel did happen within hours of each other. They assassinated a guest of Iran in a government building in the capital. Thank you, Camus. I appreciate your support. Well, Camus, we'll have to see what happens. And thank you to Shark for the gift memberships. And Kelly Smith. If Iran commits to a direct attack, will Putin back them? Well, I mean, I guess there's a lot. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by will Putin back them. Putin is certainly going. Are you talking about if there's a wider conflict? I mean, Russia has dealings with Iran. They rely on Iran, for example, for drones that they use against Ukraine. But I don't think it's not like Russian planes are going to be flying in some Iranian response. So maybe you're talking more about if this becomes a regional war. Would Russia support Iran? What can I tell you? It seems like a little ways down the road. Russia does have positive relations with Iran, but you're not going to see Russian troops carrying out an Iranian response to Israel at this stage. But I'm guessing maybe you're talking about how things play out down the road. Let's hope there's no wider conflict there where other countries get involved. Are you talking about Russian weapons being used in an attack? One of our viewers said, where is it here? I can't even find the comment. So yeah, I don't know exactly what weaponry Iran might have that Russia has given them and, gotten from them and that kind of thing. But if Russia, if I don't think Russia would want to do anything overtly new in supporting Iran in a response to Israel, because that would be very, very provocative at this point. Oh, let me check and see if I have any reports from Israel about the rockets. Hang on a moment. Let me check here. Hold on. Hang on. I have another video from Khan News of the rockets being intercepted. I'll post that in the chat. I just posted it in the chat. Yeah, so there was a rocket barrage from Lebanon. We saw footage of the rockets being shot down. Here's another video I posted in the chat. Manny Fabian from Times of Israel said there were numerous Iron Dome interceptions seen over the Galilee Panhandle amid a rocket barrage from Lebanon. Trey Yingst from Fox News did say that the areas targeted by those rockets are routinely targeted. I don't have any reliable information right now on. Hold on a second. Yeah, I don't have any reliable information right now on that say any of the rockets hit anything or that there was any significant damage. I'm checking a lot of the sources I would use, and I'm just not seeing reliable posts. I'm aware of posts that are not well sourced on social media, which they basically are for anything. You can always find posts about claiming things that are not well sourced. But if I have any well-sourced, reliable info on anything more about those rockets, I will certainly let you know. Even the Telegram accounts I follow a number of Israeli news Telegram accounts, and they usually will have video and reporting if a rocket impacts something, and they haven't even posted anything. Oh, guys, I just saw something from Travel Canada. Travel Canada 40 minutes ago. We have changed, this Canadian government, we have changed the risk level to Israel, for Israel to avoid all travel. Risk level update from Canada. Avoid all travel to Israel. If you're there, despite our advice, download an alert application to receive detailed info and instructions. Follow the instructions of local authorities. And again, it's very interesting. This is being posted at 5:10 p.m. Eastern time, and it's being posted at after midnight Israel time. So, is this based on new information, or is it just something they were going to do at this time anyway? I don't know. I'll give you an update on. I'll read again what the. I'm going to read you something about what the U.S. has sent to the region in a second. Thank you so much, Marissa Pugliese, for the gift memberships. And Real Shaikapla is concerned that Israel may kill Netanyahu. Well, there's this question of would it that Iran might do that? I'm sorry, that Iran might kill Netanyahu. So there is a question as to whether Iran, would they do a conventional response? Might they, try to target Israeli personnel or officials? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I would think that would not be easy to do. Thank you, Zach Zeppelin, our new member, and Olivia for your support, and Otis Fats, and Kyle Rowe, our new member. Kyle thinks that Iran might try to target Israeli leaders. Yeah, a number of you think that Iran might try to do something like unconventional, rather than just firing rockets and missiles. Thank you, Kyle Rowe. I appreciate your support. And Kay Kremlin. Thank you, Kay Kremlin. And Melodic, our new member, and Sophie Bostock. Thank you. And Kelly Smith. Thanks again, Kelly. Let's see here. I would think Israel keeps the prime minister pretty well protected, by the way. Again, though, Canada, 40 minutes ago, Canada changed their risk level to Israel to avoid all travel. Avoid all travel to Israel due to the ongoing regional armed conflict and the unpredictable security situation. What do they know? Does the government of Canada know something? Kelly Setriva thinks Canada knows about Iranian stuff. Big Iranian community in Canada. That's what Kelly says. Wikipedia says as of 2016, there were over 200,000 Iranians in Canada. You're looking at a live shot of the Israel border with Lebanon. Oh, Merck asked if there's any news on Iran arresting people. Yeah, so I meant to mention that. I'll say something about that shortly. There's a couple things I want to mention. Hold on a second here. Yeah, so just to some people had asked about the U.S. forces in the region. So I'm just reading you a little from this article, yesterday. U.S. to boost military presence in Mideast, sending fighter jet squadron and keeping carrier in region. That's from Associated Press. The U.S. will move a fighter jet squadron to the Middle East and maintain an aircraft carrier in the region, the Pentagon said, beefing up the American military presence to help defend Israel from possible attacks by Iran and its proxies and safeguard U.S. troops. The defense secretary has also ordered additional ballistic missile defense capable cruisers and destroyers to the European and Middle East regions, and is taking steps to send more land-based ballistic missile defense weapons there, the Pentagon said Friday. The Secretary of Defense ordered the USS Abraham Lincoln Aircraft Carrier Strike Group to the Middle East to replace the USS Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group, which was scheduled to come home later this summer. That decision suggests the Pentagon has decided to keep a carrier consistently in the region as a deterrent against Iran, at least until next year. A Pentagon spokeswoman said on Friday that Secretary of Defense will be directing multiple force movements to provide additional support to Israel and increase protection for U.S. troops in the region. It is unclear what new ships will move to the Middle East. The U.S. has had a consistent warship presence there. That is from Associated Press. I'll post that video link again of, there's video floating around of the interceptors taking down rockets over Lebanon, over Israel near Lebanon. Again, that's something that's pretty common in Israel. But I'll post a link to the video again. It is almost 1 a.m. local time. Almost 1 a.m. local time. A little earlier this afternoon, the Jerusalem Post reported that flights were canceled between Tel Aviv and Eilat in Israel, according to Maariv. But the airport authority has not yet disclosed the reason. 1 a.m. local time now. I'm checking some different sources here to try to get you some updates. So bear with me for a moment as I check some different sources. So I do want to mention the New York Times has an article today on Israel waiting for this response from Iran and Hezbollah to the 2 assassinations carried out a few days ago. Israel assassinated a top Hezbollah commander in a suburb of Beirut, and then presumably Israel assassinated the political leader of Hamas in Tehran when he was visiting Iran. So one thing that the New York Times says in their report, they say that you could have an attack that could come from multiple countries at once. They also say, in contrast with Hamas, that Hezbollah possesses a sophisticated arsenal of drones and precision-guided missiles that analysts say could overwhelm Israel's aerial defenses. But they also say that if Hezbollah launched such an attack from Lebanon, the New York Times believes that the Israeli military response to that would likely be devastating to Lebanon. And I also wanted to mention this report about arrests in Iran. So the New York Times is reporting that Iran has arrested more than 24 people after that assassination of Haniyeh, as they investigate the security breach which allowed Haniyeh to be assassinated in Tehran. And the Times and a number of other outlets are reporting that it was an explosion, that a bomb had been smuggled months before into the room in this Iranian-controlled guest house, where Haniyeh reportedly had stayed in the same room previously on previous trips to Tehran. And the reports say that a bomb had been smuggled in there at some point in advance of his stay this time. So the New York Times is claiming that a number of people in Iran have been arrested in this investigation to try to figure out how this assassination was allowed to happen. I don't know specifically what city this is. It's in northern Israel. It is on the western side of northern Israel's western side of the border with Lebanon, but I don't know exactly what city it is. Thanks, Nashville Pasta Man. I did not see any NBC report about Iran recently receiving hypersonic missiles. Maybe there was such a report. I mean, I did see that Wikipedia has an article, Fatah 1, and it says it's an Iranian hypersonic medium-range ballistic missile unveiled in 2023. It is Iran's first hypersonic ballistic missile. But I didn't see a recent NBC report about Iran receiving missiles. You can send me a link if you see it. Thank you, Nashville Pasta Man. I Googled it and can't find it. I am not aware of any rocket alerts at the moment. I am not seeing any announcement of any rocket alerts at the moment. The Times of Israel says that, I was trying to get you a number, that the Iron Dome intercepted many of the rockets that were launched from Lebanon into Israel about a half hour ago. Oh, I just saw this. I might have missed this before. think a viewer might have mentioned this. I didn't know what they were referring to. Let's see if I can find this here. It's not there. Yes, a couple hours ago, the IDF claimed that the Israeli Air Force had eliminated a Hezbollah terrorist. In the area of Deir Sirin, which is in southern Lebanon. But I don't know that I didn't see any reporting that was like a Hezbollah leader or something. It is 1:09 a.m. I might show you again, in case you didn't see it. We actually saw on the live footage a rocket barrage that was shot into Israel from Lebanon, and Israel shooting down the rockets. But I will repeat, that is a regular occurrence, and there's no evidence that was part of the Iranian/Hezbollah response to the assassinations. So here is, let me show you again. This was about 45 minutes ago. I'm going to show you a replay right now. Look at below me. This was 45 minutes ago. See the explosions below me? That's what we were seeing about 45 minutes ago. You can see the interceptors being fired up from the ground and then the explosions. So that's what we saw about 45 minutes ago. Again, this is a replay from about 45 minutes ago. Those are interceptors intercepting incoming rockets. So that's what we saw. I think that's it. And now we're back to the live shot. Now you're looking at the live shot. Here. It is 1:11 a.m. Dean R., our viewer, says, expect the unexpected in this situation. Jennifer Jacobs reports that she's a White House reporter, and she just asked Biden a question as Biden was at a grocery store in Delaware after church. And she asked him if he thinks Iran will stand down. And he said, I hope so, I don't know. That's what Biden told Jennifer Jacobs. A quick thank you so much to Mark Pangrazio for your support of the channel. Thank you, Mark, very much. Also a thank you to Mark Barnes. Thank you, Mark Barnes. And Sharon A. Bear. Also a shout out to our moderators. I really appreciate them over on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, and Traveling Slim. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor over there on Facebook. Big thank you. Donnie Davio, Ruth Krafasi, thanks so much for moderating on YouTube. Linda Belk and Larry on X. We are bringing you live coverage, 1:13 a.m. The world watches as Israel waits for an expected retaliation attack by Iran and Hezbollah, and maybe other of Iranian proxies like the Houthis in Yemen and Hamas and Iranian-backed militias in Syria, in Iraq, waiting for an anticipated attack in response to two assassinations carried out by Israel midweek, one in Beirut, Lebanon, of a Hezbollah top commander, and the other of a Hamas leader, the Hamas political leader in Tehran, Iran. Sky News says it started. Well, I don't know. I didn't hear them say that. If they said that, it's false. I never saw Sky News that it started. But there's no evidence that it started. I don't know why they'd be saying that. But again, I haven't seen them say it. So I'm not. I can check their website, but I don't. There's no evidence that it has started. Yeah, which Sky News? Sky News Arabia. I'm on the Sky News website right now, UK. I don't see it there. I haven't seen any notifications from them. Ralph Walters says nothing on Sky News. Checking some of the things people have sent me. Thank you, Walter Beasley. Thank you, Walter. Walter says, remember that drone that flew around Israel undetected? It was from Iran. Walter, I don't even remember that story. Oh, no, you're saying the drone that hit Tel Aviv. I believe that was fired by the Houthis in Yemen, which is an Iranian-supported group. They are an Iranian proxy group. So I would not be surprised if that drone was sent by the Houthis at the direction of Iran. But the drone that hit Tel Aviv, I think a couple weeks ago, and killed an Israeli, that was fired by the Houthis. That was on July 19th. Thank you again, Walter Beasley. I don't know that we ever got like a report. I know Israel was investigating how that drone made it through. I don't know that we ever got an update from the Israeli government on that. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't want to talk about that really publicly. Let me, I want to mention something to you guys. Oh, hold on a moment. Hold on. I have something. A little something for you. I just got to find where it is here. Yeah, so Hezbollah just posted a statement 5 minutes ago on their social media where they took responsibility for the rockets that were fired about an hour ago from Lebanon into northern Israel. Again, that's a normal occurrence. That is not their big response. They just said the language they used in their post was in support of our steadfast Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip and in support of their brave and honorable resistance and in response to the Israeli enemy's attacks on the steadfast southern villages and safe houses, especially the attacks that have targeted the villages of Kafr, Kila, and Deir Saryan and their injury of civilians. The Islamic resistance included the colony on its agenda, New Beit Hillel, and was bombed for the first time with dozens of Katyusha rockets. So Hezbollah says they fired the rockets that we saw getting shot down by Israel. They don't mention in their statement that it was in response to the assassinations from last week. So just seems like, I hate to use the word, but the usual business there in recent months. But they did post a statement taking credit for those rockets. Kelly Smith says that's like a nightly thing. "1:20 a.m. I'm going to read you something in a second. Give me one moment here. I'm just checking something here. Some hurricane warnings have been issued for the Gulf Coast of Florida, by the way. I'm not going to get all into this now. But I'll post a link in the chat to that. I just posted a link to it. And I posted it on my X account, @Lookner. National Hurricane Center says heavy rainfall will likely result in considerable flash and urban flooding across portions of Florida and the coastal areas of the southeast this weekend through Thursday. Some parts of Georgia and South Carolina are currently forecast to get between 12 and 16 inches of rain. Anyways, I'm not going to get into that now, but I just posted a link in the chat, and I posted it on my social media as well, @Lookner on X. So that's a different story. But I'll keep an eye out. We might do coverage of that when we get in the future. Paul Bernard said, what was the Iran drone travel time? The last time, 2 hours? I don't know exactly, but the drones that were fired from Iran in the April attack by Iran took hours to get to Israel. Something the Institute for the Study of War has pointed out is that if Iran instead launched drones from Lebanon, if they had Hezbollah do it, well, those drones are right across the border, which would make it harder for Israel to shoot them down. Let me actually, again, I keep saying I'm going to do it. Let me pull up the Institute for the Study of War reports and talk about that for a second. Give me one moment here. Here is I'm going to tell you some of their analysis. So this is what I'm going to read. I'm going to read you some stuff from the Institute for the Study of War. They're at understandingwar.org. They're an organization that does research on military stuff and offers a lot of military analysis. It's a really good website, understandingwar.org. They also have an X feed, a Twitter X feed, which is... what is it? At the Study of War. So they have been posting some analysis, which I think is well reasoned, about this situation and what Iran might do. So I want to share some of that with you. I will post a link to this article I'm going to quote from. Right now in the chat. But I'll leave this camera up because I don't want you guys to miss the live shot of the border there. So one thing that Institute for the Study of War said a couple days ago is they said Iran and the Axis of Resistance. The Axis of Resistance are Iran-supported groups in the area, including like Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthi rebels in Yemen, the Houthis in Yemen, and militia groups in Syria and Iraq. Iran and the Axis of Resistance are messaging they will conduct a coordinated, large-scale attack on Israel in retaliation for Israel killing several Axis of Resistance leaders, including the Hamas political bureau chairman Ismail Haniyeh. And they point out that Iranian state media has suggested that the upcoming Iranian-led attack would be similar but greater to the drone and missile attack that Iran launched on Israel in April. Something else that the Institute for the Study of War says is they say Iran and the Axis of Resistance are almost certainly considering how to cause greater damage to Israel than the April attack did, since that attack failed to impose a serious cost on Israel and thus failed to deter. The idea is clearly, the idea is that Iran can be thinking, Israel is not scared of doing whatever they want to us. They just carried out these two assassinations within hours of each other, including assassinating a guest of ours in Tehran. And Iran could be thinking, when they killed some Iranian, I believe Iranian military officers in April by bombing with an airstrike on an Iranian embassy building in Syria. Iran then responded with this attack, which involved over 100 drones and 100 missiles. But it didn't do that much damage. And the idea here is that Iran could be thinking, we need to actually do damage to them because they're not scared of us. So that's why the Institute for the Study of War says Iran and the Axis of Resistance are almost certainly considering how to cause greater damage to Israel than the April attack did, since that attack failed to impose a serious cost on Israel and thus failed to deter. Furthermore, the ISW says Iran and its allies fired about 170 one-way attack drones, 30 cruise missiles, and 120 ballistic missiles at Israel in the April attack. Iran designed this strike package of over 300 projectiles. The Institute for the Study of War believes that Iran designed that strike package to inflict serious damage on Israel. Iran specifically in April targeted 2 remote Israeli targets, an air base in the southern Israeli desert and an intelligence center in the Golan Heights. Lebanese Hezbollah fired dozens of rockets, while the Houthis launched a few drones and missiles in the April attack. ISW says Iran modeled that April attack on Russian strike packages used in Ukraine. Iran has observed how Russian forces have combined drones and missiles in attacks on Ukrainian targets and likely concluded it could similarly use such a strike package to overwhelm Israeli air defenses and get some projectiles to strike their targets as we have previously assessed. But, says the Institute for the Study of War, the United States, Israel, and their allies intercepted the vast majority of the projectiles in April, so the Iranian attack in April did significantly less damage than Tehran intended. The U.S. and Israel benefited from the fact that the Iranian attack drones took hours to fly from Iran to Israel across nearly 1,000 kilometers. That hours-long period gave the U.S., Israel, and their allies time to prepare their defenses and intercept all the drones as well as many of the subsequent ballistic and cruise missiles. Iranian leaders likely calculate that they failed to deter Israel with their April attack because it did not inflict serious damage. Okay? And again, the article I'm reading to you is from the Institute for the Study of War. You can find them at understandingwar.org. I will post the link to the article I'm reading from right now again in the chat. I appreciate the ISW giving me permission to share their report with you. Okay, so given, according to the ISW, that they think Iran, that they wanted their April attack to do more damage, it didn't do much damage, they need to do something more than April. So given that this is how they're thinking, here's what the ISW says next in their report on Iran. They say, Iran is likely now planning for its next attack in order to establish deterrence with Israel while still avoiding a large-scale war. One of the most dangerous but increasingly likely scenarios is that Iran and its partners in the Axis of Resistance launch a combined, large-scale drone and missile attack that incorporates lessons from the April attack. Iranian leaders in this scenario could increase the volume of projectiles fired at Israel by launching more from Iran, from the surrounding countries, or both. Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iranian-backed militias in Iraq and Syria could launch simultaneous attacks to further strain Israeli air defenses as well. Drones and missiles launched from Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria would be much harder to intercept than the ones launched from Iran, given the shorter distances and flight times to Israel. U.S. and Israeli forces would have significantly less time to intercept these projectiles. It would take Hezbollah drones around 15 minutes to reach Haifa, Israel, and around 40 minutes flying on direct paths to reach Tel Aviv, for instance, although many drones will likely fly indirect and longer routes. Iran could alternatively exploit the short flight times to concentrate a smaller volume of fire against a single target in Israel rather than against two. Shorter flight times for the drones could make it easier to coordinate them with ballistic missiles fired from Iran, whose flight times are generally less than 10 minutes. That's for ballistic missiles. If Iran and its partners and proxies can concentrate drones and missiles on Israeli targets simultaneously, they may have reason to expect that the distractions caused by the one can facilitate penetration by the other. The ISW continues. Iran, in the absence of resistance, will also benefit from the fact that they have probed Israeli air defenses extensively since April 2024 and have thus learned how to attack them more effectively. Hezbollah and the Houthis have both conducted attacks that have successfully bypassed Israeli air defenses since April. The most notable example was the Houthi drone attack on Tel Aviv on July 19th that killed an Israeli and injured 4 others. Israeli air defenses have similarly struggled to intercept Hezbollah drones in recent months because of the short flight time and mountainous terrain. The success that Israel and its allies and partners had in defeating the April strike by Iran should not be cause for complacency in the face of a new attack. But Israel and its supporters have multiple systems to engage various kinds of targets and are aware of the capabilities that Hezbollah's drones have shown, so neither is there cause for pessimism. And something else that the Institute of Study of War mentions is Iran could unintentionally, inadvertently trigger an expanded conflict with Israel and even the United States if Iran launches an attack along the kinds of lines just described. Launching hundreds of projectiles is inherently risky, particularly given the failure rate that Iranian missiles have shown. Technical errors could cause severe collateral damage, as demonstrated by the recent Hezbollah attack, the rocket that killed 12 Israeli children in the Golan Heights. This risk is higher given reports that Iran is planning to attack target locations near Haifa and Tel Aviv. Both cities are far more populated than the 2 remote locations that Iran targeted in April. The risk of civilian casualties is thus very high, even if Iran does not mean to strike civilian targets around Haifa and Tel Aviv. Iran could trigger an expanded war if it kills Israeli civilians or inflicts severe damage, regardless of whether Iran intends to avoid an overt war. Okay? And the Institute for the Study of War says some Iranian officials and state media have called for targeting Israeli political and military leaders in response to the killing of Haniyeh in Tehran. So that's some really interesting analysis by the Institute for the Study of War. I'm going to post a link to that article again. They are a great site to look at, understandingwar.org. And, again, they say that they believe Iran will want to do something that damages Israel more than the April attack did. And I have been suggesting as well, I've been saying it makes sense that Iran would feel, with these 2 assassinations happening within hours of each other this past week, that Iran would feel embarrassed. They would feel that, not just embarrassed, but they would feel like, wow, Israel is out of control. They're just doing whatever they want. They're not scared of us at all. They're willing to do things like carry out assassinations in Tehran that they never would have before. We need to make them scared of us again. I would not at all be surprised if that is the thinking in Iran right now. That is what the Institute of Study of War is saying in their article. So, we'll have to see what happens. But these were 2 very provocative assassinations Israel carried out this week. It is 1:37 a.m. Again, I appreciate the Institute for the Study of War letting me read those excerpts to you. Thanks, Minxie, for your support, and Gabriel Morrow. Thanks, Cyborg King, who says the more rockets the dome intercepts, the less chance it'll do when it's game time. Well, we'll see Are we going to see a massive barrage at some point from Israel, from Iran and its partners? Thank you, S6 Axis. I have seen some social media accounts claiming there are missile launches in Iran, that none of that is reliable reporting. There are all these social media accounts that post all of this poorly sourced claims, many of which turn out to be false. So I've seen nothing reliable saying there are any kind of launches happening in Iran at the moment. Give me a shout if you want, at Lookner on X. I'm going to read some more of your comments. We are bringing you live coverage. Who knows when this response will come? We are at the point where I would not be surprised to see a response at any time going forward. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be next week. Just don't know. I'm checking various outlets here to see if I can get you any updates. Our viewer Ashes does not think it will be tonight. Julia says, what are the chances of an Israeli counterattack towards Iran, not just defending? Do you mean like Israel attacking assets, like military assets in Iran before Iran even responds? I don't know. It would be highly provocative. It would probably end up making an Iranian response even bigger if Israel did that. I can't tell you the chances for that happening. But that is risky because it does raise the stakes for Iran. Thanks to our member Aleppo Gambit. Googleplex thinks it'll be tomorrow at earliest. Reuters reports, by the way, that Hamas issued a statement today saying it had initiated a consultation process to select a new leader following the assassination of former leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, Iran on Wednesday morning. RK108 thinks Israel likely has a reply waiting in short order. I bet it'll involve F-35s. Helga thinks it's starting tonight. I should mention sunrise in Tel Aviv is 5:58 a.m. So if you do think it's going to happen at night, sunrise is about 4 hours and 14 minutes from now. I don't know what time of day it'll happen in. I can also show you, do I still have the Jerusalem shot here? Yes, I do. That is Jerusalem. I'm going to keep it on the Lebanon border shot, northern Israel shot, but we have that shot as well. That's Jerusalem. And that's back to the northern Israel border with Lebanon, where we saw, I'll play the rockets again. An hour and 20 minutes ago, we saw rockets fired from Hezbollah that were shot down by Israel. That's kind of a regular occurrence there. All right, here is, I'm going to do, I'm going to put that on the screen for you right now. All right, so hold on. Let me cue it up. I'm going to play you the replay from about an hour and 20 minutes ago. Here is the replay. Here is the replay from an hour and 20 minutes ago when we saw rockets being fired by Hezbollah into Israel in Lebanon, next to Lebanon, and Israel shooting them down. So watch right now. This is the replay. Watch right below me, right in here. Keep watching right below. Oh, you see the interceptors going up and the flashes? This was an hour and 20 minutes ago. Look at the interceptors go up and rockets being shot down. That was earlier this evening. We saw that live. It was an hour and 20 minutes ago. I think that's it. And now we're back on the live shot. Now we are back on the live shot. You are watching a live shot right there from the Israel-Lebanon border. Ken Richardson believes if Iran attacks Israel, we'll have plenty of warning. If their proxies do it, then not so much. Well, if they use Hezbollah, Hezbollah is right next to Israel in Lebanon. Thanks, Miguel from Portugal, who was watching. Ogford Doggy says they will launch from Lebanon. Hang on a moment here. Thanks so much, Gringo, for the gift memberships. I appreciate that, Gringo. Thank you. See if I can find any other reporting for you about what is happening. A CNN article a couple days ago about the situation on July 31st said, the regime's response to the assassination of Haniyeh in Tehran will define its role as a regional power, and if Iran fails to appear potent enough, risks that slipping. Damien Rowe is watching from Ireland. Billy Harris says, what's going to happen next? I have no idea, and I don't know when it's going to happen. The radar situation is there is nothing going on greatly abnormal on the flight radar. If there's greatly abnormal stuff going on the flight radar, there are a number of counts that I follow who will be talking about it. And I will certainly keep you informed if I hear anything about that. By the way, this is public. This is posted. I want to just show you something real quick from the Iranian Supreme Leader's website. The Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei has an official website, and I just did a little translation of a page. Severe punishment for Zionist regime, meaning Israel. This was posted before. It says the criminal terrorist Zionist regime meaning Israel, martyred our dear guests in our territory and has caused our grief, but it has also prepared the ground for a severe punishment. Following this bitter, tragic event, it is our duty to take revenge. That is literally from the Supreme Leader of Iran's website. So they're definitely saying they're going to respond. Thanks to Mountain Men for the gift memberships. I appreciate that, Mountain Men. Nelsino says, all talk, no action. Parnava Debnath, our viewer, says, do you think those rockets that were fired an hour and a half ago were somehow to locate the Iron Dome batteries? It's a very regular occurrence for rockets to be fired from Lebanon towards Israel. However, I do not know if that particular rocket barrage was in any way related to the upcoming response. Let me check something here. What was I was going to just check something. Hang on. What was I going to check? I was just going to check something. It slipped my mind. What was I? Oh, I remember. Yes. There was a new angle. Oh, there's a new camera angle, which is a different angle of the Lebanon-Israel border. Wow, from Reuters. So this is the western part of the Israel-Lebanon border. And what I'm going to do now is show you, that's the eastern part of the Lebanon-Israel border. Wow, so we got double coverage going on from Reuters right now. That's the western part of the border with Lebanon, and that's the eastern part of the border. I'm all for more camera angles. I think I'm going to leave it on this one because, no, that's Jerusalem. I'm going to leave it on that one because that's where we saw that's where we saw last time the rockets being intercepted. But it's good to know there's other ones out there. Alex is asking about the light in the sky. Where on the left there? It's not, doesn't seem to be moving, so maybe it's a tower or something. If that's the one you're talking about on the left side, I'm not sure. Thank you, Alex Sparks. Thank you, Vanessa, who says, starting to call Iran's bluff. They like to talk more than anything. They know they're weak. Thank you, Vanessa. No, I'm not going to do a split screen because it just ends up looking either small or distorted. So I am not going to do I only do a split screen if there's like a really, if I feel like, oh, I just have to do it. There's just two things I absolutely have to show you in spite of the downsides. I do not think the benefit of the split screen is worth the cost right now because I think it's going to make everything much smaller. It's very easy for me to switch between camera angles if need be. The viewers are split on the timing of such an attack. Jonathan Sharp thinks Iran will launch an attack from Lebanon and Syria in association with Hezbollah and Syrian Shia militias. And as I was saying, Joe Truzman, who is a Middle Eastern expert who I follow, says it is worth. He says the Hezbollah rocket barrage from like an hour and a half ago is not the response to the assassination of the Hezbollah official a few days ago. This is part of what's been happening on a regular basis in northern Israel. Angel, Shark, and RJ are also moderating. Thank you. What is going to happen? What I'm going to have to do in a little bit, I'm going to keep the stream going. We're just going to keep streaming. In a little bit, I'm going to have to eat something. Long stream as we wait and see what happens. So in a little bit, I'm going to have to eat something. What I'm going to do is, for the moment, you know what I'm going to do? What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take, I think, 5 minutes, and I'm going to put some food in the air fryer. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put food in the air fryer, and I'll leave the video up, and then I'll come back, and eventually I'll just eat. But when I'm eating, I'll just keep an eye on everything, and I can just run back in here. When I'm eating, I can just run back in here if something happens. But what I'm going to do right this second is just take 5 minutes. Put some food in the air fryer and come back. If you allow me to do that, we'll leave the chat rooms going. We'll leave the video up. I'll keep an eye on the video when I'm putting the stuff in the air fryer, and we'll keep going. So even if in the next 5 minutes something happens, I'll run back in here. I don't need this. That's better. Okay, give me 5 minutes. I'm leaving the footage up. It's live footage. I'll be back in 5 minutes, and I'll continue with you in 5 minutes, but keep an eye on the footage, and I'll be watching it while I'm putting the food in. I'm going to put the sound on for you guys. I'll put the sound on from the video. I forgot to do that. Okay, I am back. The food is cooking. Bringing you live, continuous coverage here. Let's take a look at some of our different camera angles. So this is from the western side of the Israeli-Lebanon border, and then that is the eastern side of the Israeli-Lebanon border. And then that is Jerusalem. That's Jerusalem right there. It is 2:10 a.m. Israel time as Israel and the world wait for Iran and its proxy groups, perhaps, well, definitely including Hezbollah, to launch their retaliation for the 2 Israeli assassinations carried out a few days ago, assuming that the one in Tehran of Haniyeh was done by Israel. So we are bringing you live coverage. When will this attack come? Don't know, but we're bringing you live coverage. By the way, quick thanks to Aaron Weirdo for your support on Twitch, and Fate64 for the community subs on Twitch. Thank you. And Bass300. Bass says, are rocket attacks documented somewhere publicly to track their frequency and volume, looking for trend changes? I wouldn't be surprised if there's some central repository where somebody keeps track of them. But I do follow people in the region who would know that kind of thing. So if there's some kind of big trend change, I'm guessing one of those people will post about it, and I will certainly pass it along to you. Thank you, Bass300. We haven't seen any kind of big changes yet. And thank you, Veritas Justus and Larry Engebritsen and Mountain Man for your support. And so, yeah, the plan is to keep the stream going during the evening their time and just see what happens and take your comments on the air. By the way, would you prefer that I leave the sound on? I can leave the sound on here. Should I just leave the sound on during the video? Do you prefer, even when I'm talking, do you prefer that? What does the chat say? You might just like the sound better. People like the sound. Everybody's saying yes. All right, we're going to leave the sound on then. Fine. Fine with me. Almost universal yes. Give me about 10 seconds here. I need about 10 seconds. Hang on. Thanks for your patience. Oh, also thank you to It's More Fun to Compute. Thank you so much for your support. I do want to shout out our moderators. A lot of you guys are in the chat, and we could not have a chat without our moderators. So big thanks to you. Thanks so much to Keisha Fowler. Good to see you, Keisha. She is over there on our YouTube chat. And RJ, Sabrina, Ruth Krafasi. Thanks so much to all of our YouTube moderators. Chandra as well. Did I say RJ? I think I did. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over there on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, David Green, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, McBritches, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, Traveling Slim. And on Facebook, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Christina Neal, Ronald Egnorth. Huge thanks to our moderators. And by the way, thanks to for the on-screen celebration. Monkey over there on Twitch. Thanks for the bits, Monkey. And thanks Timido for your support on Twitch, and Barker J Roar, and Fate64, and thanks Aaron Weirdo for the on-screen celebration on Twitch as well. Once I eat something, I'll be able to give you some more reporting. When I get when I haven't eaten for too long, it gets a little dicey. So I got food cooking in the air fryer right now, and once it's done, I will eat it, and I will leave the stream going while I'm eating. If there's any huge updates, I will stop eating and run in here. Otherwise, I will eat and then come back, and we'll just continue the stream. But I'm planning on streaming until daylight. That's the plan, is that we're going to stream until daylight Israel time, which would be in about 3 hours and 45 minutes. That's how we're doing it tonight. We're streaming until daylight Israel time to see what happens. Maybe nothing will happen tonight. We'll have to see. We'll do another poll shortly. But yeah, I'll be a little better off to read you like updates and stuff once I've eaten something. I just need about 20 seconds or so. Give me about 20 seconds. I'm going to disappear for about 20 seconds and come right back. Thanks also to Barker J. Rohr and Big Ball of Yarn for your support on Twitch. And thanks IRI for your support. Our viewer Big Time thinks it's going to be a coordinated attack from Iran and its proxies. Big question is, will the response lead to further escalation from Israel? What I could do, I don't love the idea of doing a split screen while I'm gone. The problem is if I do a split screen, if I do a split screen while I'm eating, the split screen might cover up something you want to see. What I'm going to do is while I'm eating, I will be looking at all the different angles, and if anything is happening, I will drop my fork, and I'll just rush back in here and put it on for you guys. Okay, so I'm not going far, and I'm going to be looking at it the entire time. It has been interesting, though. We did see a couple countries in the last few hours, like Jordan and Canada, tell people they should not go to. Canada said don't travel to Israel. They changed their alert status to. Canada changed their travel alert about an hour or two ago to avoid all travel to Israel. And then a couple hours ago, Jordan told its citizens to leave Lebanon as soon as possible. We've had a number of countries making those type of announcements. But we have, for the moment, access to, again, that right there is, that has no sound on it. That's the one from the eastern part of the Lebanon-Israel border. That's the western part of the Israel-Lebanon border, and then that's Jerusalem. What if it happens during the day? What if it happens during the day? All right, so guys, here's what's going to happen now. Here's what's going to happen right now. Just Cause says, I don't think they'll do it during the day. I mean, there's probably a greater risk of civilians getting civilian casualties in the day. But Barry says when they least expect it. Here's what we're going to do. So, right now, I'm going to eat right now. And I will keep an eye on the feeds while I'm eating. Oops. And if there's anything big that happens, I will rush back in here I'll stop eating immediately. Otherwise, I'll come back after I eat, and then I won't be starving anymore. Okay? So yes, this is a live shot from the Israel-Lebanon border. I'm going to leave the sound up for you. You can hear the sound. And we'll leave the chat rooms up. Let me go eat, and I'll come back. And then once I've eaten, my mind will be working again. I'll be able to read more of your comments on the air and give you more updates and on that. So give me a little bit to eat. Leaving the stream up. Oh, the one thing I'm going to do is, before I do that, I'm going to take out my earphones. Once in a while, when I take out my earphones, everything pauses for a second. So let me take out my earphones, my earbuds, before I go. So let's see if this works. It might pause for a couple seconds. If it pauses, just stay with me. Let's see here. Hang on. Here we go. Big experiment. Taking the AirPods out. Hang on, it's going to pause for a second. In a second, it's going to pause. Give it a second. Give things a second here. Give things a second. Hang on. I think we're good. Are we back? We're good. You can hear me. We're not paused anymore. Great. Okay. So allow me to go. I'm going to go eat. And I will keep an eye on things while I'm eating. If there's anything that goes down while I'm eating, I will rush back in here immediately. So we won't miss any big breaking news because I'll rush back in here. Otherwise, I'll see you in a little bit after I eat. And you can hang out in the chat. All right, I'll see you in a few. All right, we are back. I'm back. You guys are still here. Thanks for your patience while I was eating. And what I am going to do is put my AirPods back in. Let me do that. We might pause for a second here. Hang on a moment. Do I have sound? I have sound. Good. Hold on one sec. All right, we're good to go. We're back. It is 3:03 a.m. Israel time. We and people in Israel, and I would say people around the world. Hang on a second here. Are waiting for the Iranian response to Israel's assassinating the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran a few days ago. And we're also waiting for the Iranian-supported group Hezbollah in Lebanon to respond to Israel's assassination of a top Hezbollah commander in a suburb of Beirut, Lebanon, around the same time. And they might both act together at the same time. It might be one big response. Nothing really yet tonight. There were several dozen rockets fired from Hezbollah at Israel several hours ago, but that's kind of the usual. That wasn't part of the big response. So we're just waiting to see what happens. We're bringing you updates. We're taking your comments on the air. Doing polls once in a while. You can write to me on X, at Lookner on X. Quick thanks to Wendy Lance for your support, Noob TV, IRI, GSG McLovin, Brian Edmonds, Andrew Schlegel. Thank you, Andrew, for the gift memberships. Thanks, Chandra. I appreciate that, Chandra. And maybe we'll do a poll. Maybe we'll do a poll. Let me just show you the other angles we have right now. Ooh, I have Jerusalem. That's Jerusalem, Israel, right there. That's Jerusalem. That is the eastern part. No, that's the western part of the Israel-Lebanon border. And that is the eastern part of the Israel-Lebanon border. Okay? So that's what we're looking at here. That is a view of the eastern part of the border with Lebanon. So I'm leaving it on this one, the western part of the border with Lebanon. It is 3:06 a.m. Israel time. Sunrise is around 6. And I have committed to staying on the air until daylight. That's what I told you I was going to do it. So we're going to stay on the air here until it is daylight to see if an attack happens sometime during the evening. I honestly don't know when Iran will respond. Kelly Smith thinks there's no way they'd hit Jerusalem. Dono says Twitter is filled with videos of attacks, but there's nothing here. What conclusion should you draw from that, Dono? We're going to do a poll shortly. We're going to do a poll right now. I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, I am posting the poll right now to YouTube. When will Iran respond to Israel? The three choices are tonight or tomorrow night, Monday or later, or never. Let's look and see what you guys are saying about when you think the Iranian response will be. On YouTube, 48% of you think it'll be tonight or tomorrow night. 38% think Monday or later. 14% say never. On Twitch, it's a little funky because it compresses the answers here, but on Twitch, 32% say tonight or tomorrow night, 53% say Monday or later, and 14% say never. Susan Wheel Dryer says, I think Sunday or Monday night. I have absolutely no idea. They took 12 days in April, before their big response in April. It was 12 days between Israel hitting an Iranian embassy building in Syria and Iran responding. I'm going. How many people voted on Twitch? About 100. I'm going to end up this poll in a second. Thank you for voting in our poll. Thank you for voting in our poll. I'm not an alien, I promise, says, I think Iran will respond Monday or later as they are waiting for a lull in the storm. Maybe they have a lot of prep time they have to do for if it's like a big coordinated thing with their proxies. Joey says, I believe the attack will not be from Iran, but a collection of all their major proxies. I might read you an article in a second. By the way, Factual News, who I follow, said that Factual News said some Palestinian media are reporting multiple deaths after an Israel strike on a refugee camp on grounds of biggest hospital in central Gaza Strip, outbreak of lodge fire. So I can't confirm that. Perhaps Israel carried out a targeted operation that was close to a refugee camp. I don't know. I'll see if I can get you some more details on that. So there is a report of some fires in or near a refugee camp in Gaza. Al Jazeera said a couple minutes ago there are injuries in an Israeli airstrike that targeted a house in Deir al-Balah camp in the central Gaza Strip. By the way, when you hear camp, refugee camp in Gaza, you shouldn't think of like a place with tents. There are refugee camps there that are these large, they're like cities with tens of thousands of people. Yeah, so here is, I'll post a video supposedly of a fire from an Israeli attack, but I can't confirm it. I'll post a video right now that I saw. Al Jazeera Palestine says 4 people dead as a result of an Israeli bombing that targeted a tent housing displaced persons in Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in Deir al-Balah. So I don't have the facts on that. I don't know if there was a specific target Israel was going for, but I am just passing that along. Big Time says it's always curious how much the YouTube and Twitch votes differ when you have a poll. Sometimes they're very similar, and sometimes they are not. Yeah, I had seen this report somebody sent me. I'm not. Jesse Bowling mentioned it. I had seen it earlier. This news outlet, which is called Iran International, which they are an Iranian news outlet in London, I believe they are. Yes. The channel is funded by a firm with ties to the head of Saudi Arabia. Anyways, they claim that Iran International claims that I'll get it up here for you, that Iranian commanders and security and intelligence officials will attend a Sunday meeting with members of the Iran Parliament's National Security and Foreign Policy Commission to discuss the assassination of Haniyeh in Tehran and Iran's response. So basically they're saying there's a big meeting on Sunday to discuss Iran's response. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not. I don't know if Iran has chosen its response, when it will be, if they're still discussing it. I don't know if Hezbollah will do a response at the same time as Iran or at a different time or both. So we'll just have to see. Yeah, and Jack, thank you, Jack Horicon, for your support. Jack mentions there are some, I would call them rumors floating around on social media that a Hamas spokesman has been killed, but that's really unconfirmed right now. It's not reliable sourcing. There's always rumors going around on social media. Many of them turn out to be false. So if I have better sourcing on that, I will certainly let you know. Thank you, Hugh from Australia. Yeah, I mean, the accounts I'm seeing post about that claim about a Hamas spokesperson being killed, they don't have the greatest record of posting accurate stuff. So I'm going to hold off until we get better sourcing. Hey, I want to read you a little something I saw here from Reuters. Reuters has an article out. Biden voices hope that Iran will stand down, but is uncertain. President Biden today expressed hope that Iran would stand down despite its threat to avenge the assassination of Hamas's leader in Tehran, as fears mounted that Israel's war against Palestinian militants in Gaza could escalate into a wider Middle East conflict. Regional tensions have soared following the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas's top leader, on Wednesday, a day after an Israeli strike in Beirut killed Fuad Shukr, a senior military commander from the Lebanese group Hezbollah, which, like Hamas, is backed by Iran. Iran and Hamas have blamed Israel for Haniyeh's killing, and they, together with Hezbollah, have vowed revenge. Israel has not claimed or denied responsibility for killing Haniyeh. They have said that they killed Shukr. Asked by reporters whether Iran would stand down, Biden said on Saturday in response to a shouted question, "I hope so, I don't know." Personally, I can't really imagine Iran standing down, but you never know. Seeking to bolster defenses in the Middle East in response to threats from Israel's foes, the Pentagon did say on Friday that it would deploy additional fighter jets and Navy warships to the region. Haniyeh's death, says Reuters, was one in a series of killings of senior Hamas figures as the Gaza war nears its 11th month, and it fueled concern that the conflict in Gaza was turning into a wider Middle East war. Hamas said that it had begun a broad consultation process to choose a new leader 3 days after the assassination of Haniyeh, who was the face of the group's international diplomacy. The U.S. and international partners, including France, Britain, Italy, and Egypt, continued diplomatic contacts on Saturday, seeking to prevent further regional escalation. The U.S. urged its citizens who wish to leave Lebanon to start making plans immediately, and the British government advised its nationals to leave now. Canada warned citizens to avoid all travel to Israel, saying the regional armed conflict endangered security. Chances of a ceasefire negotiation breakthrough appear low following the latest incidents in Lebanon and Iran, says Reuters. Israel has not said whether or not it was behind Haniyeh's assassination, but Netanyahu said earlier this week that Israel had delivered crushing blows to Iran's proxies of late, including Hamas and Hezbollah. That is a report from Reuters. It is now 3:25 a.m. 3:25 a.m. One of our viewers said, "Life is starting up." We heard a motorcycle or two. Thank you, Desi Devs, for your support. Thanks, Palestina, 1969. AP said the thing about the spokesperson on their YouTube channel. Well, they haven't, I get their reports. I haven't seen them post it in print. Yeah, there's just some rumors that a Hamas spokesperson has been killed, but that's really just rumors right now. Our viewer Hillwalker thinks nothing will happen tonight. Emily says, why so sure it is not happening tonight? I can't tell you either way. Oh, thank you so much, Ooms World, as well. Really appreciate that, Ooms World. Thank you. And Steve's Dino Nuggies, thanks for your support on Twitch. And Desi as well. Very kind of you. And Flaps15, thank you. And David Green 46, thank you. And Sesla Nabi, thanks for being a member. Oh, I owe another thank you too here. Very kind of you. Paul Euknis. Thank you so much, Paul. It's very generous of you. Really appreciate your support of the channel. Paul Euknis. Jake Lionlight says, hopefully nothing happens. There was just that one, there haven't really been, there was that one time about about 2 hours ago. No, it was when was it? I'm going to show you that again. It was what 3 hours ago or something. When was it? I don't even remember. 5. Yeah, 3 hours ago, there were several dozen rockets fired by Hezbollah at Israel from Lebanon, which was not part of the big response. It's kind of like the typical thing they do. But we actually saw it on our footage. I'm going to actually play that for you in case you missed it. So here is, what I'll do is, I'm going to cut the volume for a second. And then here is the, here is the footage right here from 3 hours ago when we saw the rocket barrage in the Israeli Iron Dome interceptors shooting the rockets down. So again, this is not live. Look below me. See, look below me right now. That was 3 hours ago. You can see the interceptors going up into the air, and you can see the explosions as they shoot down those rockets from Hezbollah. That was about 3 hours ago. It's the one piece of activity we've seen on the video today and tonight. Again, about 3 hours ago. Just happened while we were on the air. All right, anyways, that was that. And then this is live. This is the live shot here. Hey, wow, that's really generous of you. Thanks so much to Brian Edmonds. Wow, that's incredibly generous of Brian. Brian, I will put it towards the news content. I will put it towards the news content, like the videos and the articles and everything. So thank you so much, Brian. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much, Brian Edmonds. Also, thank you to Miss Driesg, Miss Driesg, L. Haviland, Jack Horicon, Old Man Gaming. Thank you. L. Haviland says, will you cover the flood disaster in British Columbia? I'm not really up on it. I'm looking at an article about it right now. We may. This is really the number one priority right now. So, we might cover other things as well as they happen. I just need to see what is happening. But our focus right now is on this, but there could be other coverage of things as the news develops. I will keep an eye out for it. So thanks for the heads up, L. Haviland. I'm checking some different sources for updates here. Excuse me. I do want to mention, I want to mention this again for people who weren't with us earlier. We talked about this earlier. So several outlets, including the New York Times, Axios, and the Telegraph, have all reported that Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of Hamas, was killed in Tehran by a bomb that was in his room he was staying in. Now, today, Iran came out and said it was a short-range projectile that killed him. But I would take that with a grain of salt, because as I was saying earlier, it would, a bomb would be like, as bad as it is, that as embarrassed as Iran would be that Haniyeh was killed while visiting the capital, Tehran, and staying at a government facility. It would be even more embarrassing for them if there was a bomb, because that would have meant somebody would have actually gotten into the place at some point where he was staying and planted a bomb. So I would take it with a grain of salt, but I want to read you a little of this. This Associated Press article. I'll go back to the footage in a second. Iran says a short-range projectile killed Hamas's Haniyeh and reiterates vows of retaliation. But again, yeah, try as one of our viewers just said, trying to save face in some kind of strange way. I mean, they might think it looks better than not that it looks great, but it looks better than it being a bomb. But multiple other outlets have reported that it was a bomb that was smuggled in months before. So AP says Iran's Revolutionary Guard said a short-range projectile was behind the killing of Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh. They also, without presenting evidence that I'm aware of, accused the U.S. of supporting the attack. As I mentioned earlier, it would seem to go against U.S. interests. The U.S. has really publicly, the Biden administration, including Biden himself, have been publicly pushing for a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel. This assassination of the Hamas leader by Israel is not going to speed up a ceasefire. Susie Irish says an inside hire. That's what she thinks. The televised statement by the Iranian Revolutionary Guards today, which reiterated a call for retaliation, claimed that it claimed, I'm using the word claimed, a rocket with around a 15-pound warhead was used to target the place where I'm paraphrasing here, target the place where the Hamas leader was staying. Haniyeh was in Iran to attend the inauguration of newly elected Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. The announcement said from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard that the warmongering and terrorist Zionist regime, meaning Israel, will receive harsh punishment in the suitable time, place, and capacity. Israel, says AP, has not confirmed or denied its role in the killing of Haniyeh, but Israel had earlier pledged to kill him and other Hamas leaders over the group's October 7th attack on Israel. Also, Israel often does not take credit for assassinations carried out by its Mossad intelligence service. AP says the assassination has sparked fears of a wider regional conflict and of a direct confrontation between Israel and Iran if Tehran retaliates. In April, Iran launched hundreds of missiles and drones at Israel, which said that it intercepted 99%. It and its partners intercepted 99% of them. That barrage came less than 2 weeks after a suspected Israeli strike in Syria killed 2 Iranian generals. And that was the first time Iran had launched a direct military assault on Israel, despite decades of enmity dating back to the country's 1979 Islamic Revolution. Iran does not recognize Israel and supports anti-Israel militant groups, including Hamas and Lebanon's Hezbollah, says Associated Press. Thank you, by the way, to Adrian Goodman. Thank you, Adrian, from the UK. And Kelly Smith Thank you, Kelly. And Trace, thanks Trace for your support. And thanks so much to Kieran Wilson for your support. Thank you, Kieran. I appreciate that. It is 3:38 a.m. I am committed. I committed to you. I will stay on this stream. This stream will run until daylight. We are running the stream till daylight. I feel like we're at the point now where it could happen at any time. I don't know when it's going to happen. I think there will be a response. But I feel like we're at the point now where it warrants that coverage and to just see what happens. Thank you, Loop101, for your support. And I'll also bring you other updates if we see them. Wow, Brian Edmonds. Brian just gave 50 people memberships. Brian, that is so generous of you. Thank you for all the generous support, Brian. I will put it towards the content. Hey, thank you, Brian. That is really, really kind of you. Please be sure to thank Brian if he just gave you a membership over there on YouTube. So nice of Brian Edmonds. Thank you, Brian. And thanks so much for the gift memberships. Kinshiel as well. Thank you, Kinshiel. And Jay Spike, thanks for your support. So nice of you guys. I really appreciate you allowing this channel to exist, and thanks so much for your support of the channel. Hang on 1 second here. If you want to reach me on X, I am at Lookner on X. At Lookner on X is where you can reach me. Joey thinks Israel is sharing less and less information with the U.S. I feel that's a bad idea for them in the long term. I don't know if that's happening, but thank you, Joey, for writing in. Oh, the Associated Press thing. One of the viewers mentioned the Associated Press was showing an attack from Lebanon about an hour ago. Yeah, again, we just replayed that. About 3 hours ago, several dozen rockets were launched from Hezbollah in Lebanon towards Israel, and Israel shot either most or all of them down. It's just the normal run-of-the-mill rocket firing. That's not part of the Hezbollah or Iran response. It just is a regular occurrence there. This city is, I don't know what city this camera is located in, but it's on the western part of the Israeli border with Lebanon. We also have That is the eastern part of the border with Lebanon, that view right there. And then this is Jerusalem. That's Jerusalem right there. This is the view where we saw the rockets before. Thanks so much, Miss Dresji, for the gift memberships. And Sesla Nabi for the gift membership. So nice of you. And Matt Sandy, thank you. And California Artist. California Artist says some Iranians do not like what the Iranian government is doing. Also, thanks so much to Katie Nosik for your support of the channel. Thank you, Katie. Much appreciated. And also Roger Flug, if I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you so much, Roger, for supporting Agenda Free TV. Much appreciated. It is 3:44. 3:44. We're not really going to cover it, but I just want to mention it because some of our viewers have asked about it. There's an article that came out in Reuters, renewed rioting sweeps British cities in wake of child murders. So Reuters says, violent disorder swept across several British cities on Saturday, injuring police and damaging property in the most widespread rioting in the country for 13 years, following the murder of 3 young girls in northwest England. Riots involving hundreds of anti-immigration protesters have erupted in towns and cities after false information spread rapidly on social media that the suspect in the knife attack on Monday at a children's dance class was a radical Muslim immigrant. Police have said the suspect, Axel Ruda Cubana, 17, was born in Britain, but protests by anti-immigration and anti-Muslim demonstrators have continued, descending into violence, arson, and looting. That is from I'm just reading you the Reuters article. Violent disorder erupted in Liverpool, Bristol, Hull, and Belfast, 4 cities located in different corners of the UK, with scuffles breaking out and bricks and bottles thrown as anti-immigration protesters faced groups opposed to racism. Many police officers suffered injuries as they tried to keep several hundred rival protesters, largely young men who were chanting slogans, from clashing, says Reuters. The Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, facing his first big test since his election a month ago, has condemned the, in quotes, far right for the wave of violence and backed police to take strong action. He discussed the disorder with senior ministers on Saturday, his office said. The last time riots erupted in Britain was in 2011, when a much larger outbreak of violence took hold, with thousands of people taken to the streets for 5 nights after police shot dead a black man in London. Some further protests are planned for Sunday. So that's just a little summary there. I know some people had mentioned it in the chat. A little summary of some news from the UK today. And then here's a picture. I'll show you a picture that goes along with that article. Let me show you the picture. Where is the picture? Is it here? Yes. This is a picture of police and protesters facing off in Liverpool. Here is a picture briefly. That is what it looked like in Liverpool. That's from the Reuters article. There's videos on social media of the protests and some fighting going on. You can, I don't own those videos, but I know a bunch of you have probably seen them. Again, we're not covering that here. I'm not going to get super into it, but I did want to give you an update on the story. Hey, thanks so much to Jonathan Dorr. John Dorr. Very generous of you. I really appreciate your support for the channel. John Dorr. Thank you, John. And if some of you disagree with the details of the Reuters story, well, that's fine. But I just mentioned to you that that's this. I was just reading you for the story Reuters posted. But again, we're not really focused on that story right now. So we'll move on from that story. But I did want to give you an update. It is nighttime in the UK now, by the way. It is, what's the difference with the London time is 1:50 a.m. in London. Some people asked about flight radar. So there's nothing, as I often say, I follow people who watch the flight radar. And if there's something really amiss happening, they will talk about it. I don't know well enough. I can't just look at it and say, oh, that's different, because I don't know if it's different. I don't know what it normally looks like. But I have not seen any reports that anything is greatly different and amiss with the flight radar. As soon as I see anything like that, I'll certainly let you know. So I'll let you see what it looks like, but it's really kind of meaningless to me because I don't know what it normally looks like at this hour. A number of airlines have canceled or rescheduled flights to the region. You might say there's nobody in here. There's no flights in there. But I believe that might be the case anyway. So I would discourage you from just drawing conclusions from your naked eye viewing of the Flight Radar 24 if you don't have previous background in what it normally looks like at this hour. Rhiannon Stay says you can say nothing will happen. It's always when you least expect it. And remember, it is in the area in Israel right now. It's 3:52 a.m. So I will certainly keep an eye on the flight situation, but I am not aware of anything particularly that's particularly a sign of some sort of attack that's about to happen. Oh, thanks, Abu Mohandis. Abu is in Europe somewhere. Thanks, Abu. That's very nice of you. I appreciate that. Again, that flight tracker is Flight Radar 24. Amir Bar says Iran is afraid they won't do blank. I'm hearing some crickets. For what it's worth, I started hearing crickets on the video. We weren't hearing crickets before. I'll read you some more about the airlines too. This was an article from yesterday, but I just want to mention it. Airlines avoid some Mideast airspace, cancel Israel flights as tensions mount. Reuters said airlines are avoiding Iranian and Lebanese airspace and canceling flights to Israel and Lebanon as concerns grow over a possible conflict in the region after the killing of senior members of militant group Hamas and Hezbollah this week. Singapore Airlines stopped flying through Iranian airspace from early Friday morning and is using alternative routes, saying safety is its top priority, it told Reuters. Taiwan's EVA Air and China Airlines also appear to be avoiding Iranian airspace for flights to Amsterdam on Friday, which had previously flown over Iran. In a bulletin, Ops Group, a membership-based organization that shares flight risk information, advised traffic between Asia and Europe to avoid Iranian and Iraqi airspace. Many airlines, including U.S. and European airlines, already avoid flying over Iran, especially since the reciprocal missile and drone attacks in April between Iran and Israel. However, as of Friday, a significant number of airlines were still flying over Iran, including UAE carriers Etihad, Emirates, and Fly Dubai, as well as Qatar Airways and Turkish Airlines. Although Qatar Airways said a few hours ago that they had been rescheduling some flights in the region. They said they have rescheduled some flights to or from Amman, Jordan, Beirut, and Baghdad. Canada on Thursday, said Reuters, issued a notice to Canadian aircraft to avoid Lebanese airspace for 1 month due to the risk to aviation from military activity. Britain has for the past month advised pilots of potential risk from anti-aircraft weaponry and military activity in Lebanon's airspace. Should an all-out war break out in the Middle East, Ops Group said civil aviation would likely face the risk of drones and missiles crossing airways, as well as the increased risk of GPS spoofing, a growing phenomena around Lebanon and Israel, where militaries and other actors broadcast signals that trick a plane's GPS system into thinking it is somewhere it is not. Maybe that's to defend against precision weapons, I'm not sure. Anyways, that article is from Reuters. thanks to Radishes and Pickles. Yeah, Radishes and Pickles, I already mentioned that story. That there were some reports claiming that an Israeli airstrike hit either a refugee camp or near a refugee camp on or near a hospital in Gaza Strip. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I don't have much confirmation. I don't really have confirmed information about that. Unfortunately, that kind of thing is a pretty regular occurrence as well. But if I hear more, I will pass it along. I don't know if Israel has had a specific target they were going after there. I do not know. We'll see if Israel comments on it. And thanks, Radishes and Pickles, for your support. And Low Key Valkyrie and Paper City Gamer on Twitch. Thank you. Almost 4 a.m. It's almost 4 a.m. there, guys. In about 15 seconds, it'll be 4 a.m. It is now 4 a.m. Israel is waiting for an Iranian response. The world, I think, is waiting. Z Cheeseburger Merv thinks they'll wait until after the Olympics. Muzzle Paint thinks nothing is happening tonight. Our viewer Sisyphus believes that the current air travel pattern is a normal air pattern over Iran. Big Time says nothing but crickets tonight. Oh, let's see here. Let me give you a little update on what Axios is reporting. Let's see if anything new is here. Hey, Axios. 3 U.S. and Israeli officials said they expect Iran to attack Israel as early as Monday. I have that from Axios, guys. Axios is saying, I think this is from, hold on. For whatever this is worth, from Barak Ravid posted this. Again, Axios has an article out, and part of the article says 3 U.S. and Israeli officials say they expect Iran to attack Israel as early as Monday. It's not Monday right now. Actually, it is, well, I mean, it is Sunday. It's Sunday at 4 a.m. So it's 20 hours until Monday. In 20 hours, it'll be midnight, 12:01 a.m. Monday. So that's within 24 hours, in theory. See if they say anything else in that article. U.S. and Israeli officials. Here's an update from Axios that they just posted a new article, but part of the article they claim that U.S. and Israeli officials said they don't know if Iran and Hezbollah will conduct a coordinated attack or operate separately. How about that? So again, Axios is claiming that U.S. and Israeli officials say they don't know if Iran and Hezbollah will act together or separately. Also, Axios is reporting that Officials told them Iran and Hezbollah are still working on finalizing their military plans and approving them at the political level. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Thanks, Susie Irish. Thank you. And Rocky Mountain Billy, who thinks if two passenger airliners that are scheduled to land in Tel Aviv in the next 20 minutes land safe, Rocky Mountain Billy thinks that means we're done for the night. That's what Rocky Mountain Billy thinks. Thanks to Miss Drizji, our new member too. By the way, I just want to point out, like, I think a lot of us are assuming, well, the attack would happen at night. It doesn't have to happen at night. It would probably reduce the risk of excess of collateral damage, civilian casualties and that kind of thing if it was at night. That doesn't mean it's definitely going to be at night though. So I wouldn't assume anything. The one in April, I just remember it was afternoon time, Eastern time. So it was probably, 11 or 12? Something like that, Israel time. One of our viewers, Jason Santoro, said, does Iran have an air force? Actually, Wikipedia, you can find a big article on Iran's air force. They say that Iranian air force has 37,000 people in it. And they talk about different planes it has. It shows several hundred planes they say belong to the Iranian Air Force. You can find that on Wikipedia. ZZ says they have old MiGs and Tomcats, no match for Israel. F4 is no match for Israel. That's what our viewer said. I am not an Air Force expert, so I can't tell you much about them. It is now 4:07 a.m. We are going to stay with it until daylight. That is my pledge to you. New Bletmore says, calm before the storm. Any confirmation on Abu Obaida from Hamas being killed? No. There are no good sourced reports. It's a big internet rumor. And then one account says it, and then another account repeats it, and there's still no decent sourcing for it at all. I've seen in the internet accounts posting about it, I have not seen a single one saying where they've gotten the information from. Yes, as some of our viewers point out, sunrise is around 6 a.m., a little bit before maybe. Just checking out some for some other reports here. You know, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal I didn't see yesterday talking about the anticipated Iranian response. Remember, on Tuesday, Israel killed the top commander of Hezbollah in an airstrike in a suburb of Beirut, Lebanon. And then hours later, they killed the political head of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, it's widely believed they did it, in an assassination in Tehran, Iran. So something the Wall Street Journal says is they say that in the April attack, Iran gave Israel and the U.S. a heads up about the attack. But they say this time, Iran is just being silent about what's coming, at least so far. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. We might have talked about this a little bit yesterday. And a diplomat said to the Wall Street Journal, our response will be swift and heavy. Swift and heavy, an Iranian diplomat said. But the article says Iran and Hezbollah will still want to avoid an all-out war. And, you know, this is kind of similar to the Institute for the Study of War. The Wall Street Journal article says that Arab officials say, from what they believe, what they've heard, that Iran and Hezbollah think that the response would need to be stronger than Iran's April attack on Israel. And then they also mention, Wall Street Journal article talked to an expert who said that Iran would want to calibrate its response because there was an assassination carried out in Tehran, which would warrant a significant response, but Iran can't afford uncontrollable escalation. (4:13 a.m.) Thank you, Travis Whitley, our new member. and Miss Drizji, our new member. And appreciate you guys being with us for our broadcast, all of you watching. Oh, you know what? I got a view of Haifa. Maybe I'll show you the view of Haifa in northern Israel. That might take me a set to get up on. It might take me a second to get that posted. Let's see. Let's see if I can show you the Haifa view. This here is the Lebanon-Israel border, also in northern Israel. Are you ready? I think this is Haifa here. That is Haifa. That is a live shot of Haifa, northern Israel. I don't have audio on that shot though. But that is from AFP, Haifa in northern Israel. Just wanted to show you that. Let's go back to, hang on a moment here. I'll show you on a map where that is. How's that? We'll show you on a map. Here, look. There is Google Maps. And oops, what I need to do is, nope, not that. So there is Israel. And there is Tel Aviv, and Haifa is up here. There's Haifa up here. Near Lebanon. Not right on the border, but kind of close to Lebanon there. Maybe about like 10 miles south of the border or something. So there it is. This is Haifa. Anyways, let's go back to the Lebanon-Israel border camera. No, not that one. This one. Oops, hang on a moment. One moment here. I want to read you a little analysis from The Economist on what might happen next. The Economist has an article titled, "Israeli Strikes on Beirut and Tehran Could Intensify a Regional War." The Economist says, so remember, there was a Hezbollah top commander assassinated in Beirut, Lebanon, and then hours later, a leader of Hamas killed in Tehran, Iran. The Economist says now the onus is now on Hezbollah to decide on the scale of its response. It took Hezbollah more than a day to announce that its commander, Mr. Shukr, was dead, a sign perhaps that they will act cautiously. A major attack from Hezbollah in Lebanon could draw in America. Hezbollah's response will also be influenced by Iran, its main patron. So far, Iran has not been eager to see its most powerful proxy dragged into bigger war. So the idea is that, I've read this kind of analysis before, the idea is that Iran arms Lebanon and arms Hezbollah and supports Hezbollah in Lebanon. And Iran likes having the threat of Hezbollah. So Iran supports and arms Hezbollah in Lebanon. And they like having the threat that the idea that, like, if you do something bad to Iran, then Lebanon, then Hezbollah in Lebanon could, say, launch a huge strike on Israel. So they like having Hezbollah exist as a threat, as I understand it, to check behavior against Iran. That's why it says here in this Economist article, Hezbollah's response will also be influenced by Iran, its main patron. So far, Iran has not been eager to see its most powerful proxy force dragged into a bigger war. That would risk squandering its decades-long investment in Hezbollah. But Israel's decision to assassinate Mr. Haniyeh on Iranian soil may change the calculus. Israel has not taken responsibility for the killing, giving the Iranians room for maneuver, but the Iranians now say Israel did it. Iran has struck Israel directly once before. It launched more than 300 missiles and drones in April in retaliation for an Israeli strike that killed several high-ranking officers at Iran's embassy compound in Damascus. Iran must, and that Iranian strike didn't do much damage. Then Israel hit back with a pinpoint strike on an Iranian anti-aircraft radar, and that round was over. This time, says The Economist, Iran must decide whether it can risk a bigger conflagration. So what will Iran do? How do we know Israel was responsible for the assassination? It really is the only country that makes sense. It is such a difficult operation to carry out. You need to have the capability and the motive. And also, Israel hasn't denied it, and Israel has over the years carried out a number of assassinations in Iran of Iranian nuclear scientists, for example. So it really is the only culprit that would seem to make sense. Also, I will tell you there is reporting in American outlets that say that Israeli officials have said, was it American officials? But, like, for example, I'll pull up, I've read stories in, like, major Western news outlets where they're saying, like, officials have told us Israel did it, basically. Let me see if I can find one, for example. Yeah, so like the New York Times a couple days ago said, Israel has not publicly acknowledged responsibility for the killing, but Israeli intelligence officials briefed the United States and other Western governments on the details of the operation in the immediate aftermath, according to 5 Middle Eastern officials. I mean, it really seems to be the only culprit that makes sense. Freedom is Pepsi or Coke says maybe Iran wants to take down a commander or something. Girl Scout Cookie says, of course they want to, but they can't. It is 4:27 a.m. 4:27 a.m. Israel time. No response yet from Iran and Hezbollah. Thank you, Todd's 2 cents, for your support, for becoming a member. Hey, I committed. I said I'd stay on till daylight. I'm going to do that. Elias thinks they won't respond this soon. Chelsea says she found the channel again. Supergram thinks they might attack during the day, more of the element of surprise and terror. Jeremy is preparing. Jeremy says Iran is preparing. Will Iran and its partners do something that's strong enough that Israel will feel a need to strongly respond? Bark says, obviously Iran is preparing. Elite Chief Stark says, eerie how quiet it is. Must be kind of strange to be there. But I guess you can be used to that in that region. In Israel, they have rocket attacks all the time. But this is a case where you think there might be some huge attack coming. One moment here. Give me one moment here. Pedro Pablo Rodriguez is watching from the Dominican Republic. Thank you, Pedro, for watching. Seth Frantzman, who I follow, Seth is a Middle Eastern security analyst. He says it looks like this is going to become the new normal, where Iran threatens to attack Israel relatively often, causing flights to be canceled and a regional crisis, and that Hezbollah will always fire rockets on Israel with impunity. John Doerr, our viewer, thinks Iran as well as Lebanon are looking over their cards. John thinks in this conflict the United States is 2 steps ahead of Iran. Oh, thank you so much, Kenneth Colton. That's really nice of you, Kenneth Colton. I appreciate that. Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you also, Todd's 2 cents, our new member. And our moderators like Cynthia Moon over there on YouTube, Ruth Kafasi, thank you. Really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you so much. Also, Linda Belk and Larry, our mods, thank you. On X, on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Serrero, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Shirley Dev. And on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Christina Neal, Ronald Egnor. Thank you, moderators. I very much appreciate it. I really think, though, the thing is that, you know, if you buy that Iran would want to do something that deters Israel from continuing to do these assassinations, that Iran wants to do something, if you buy that Iran will want to do something with a strong impact on Israel, then it's kind of like all bets are off. Then it's like, well, they might launch something during the daytime. They might do several attacks. They might do something unconventional. I don't know what they're going to do. So, and I don't know what the timing is going to be. Ali Reza Tattoo says, we Iranian people do not want a war with Israel. Jojo I Am thinks they are wanting to hit civilians. (4:36 a.m. Israel time). How do you get notified I am going live? Well, the easiest way is to sign up for our free notifications. Thanks for asking. We have a free notification system. It works awesome. You just sign up for free. The mods will post the link in the chat. Also, in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook, you can find the notifications link. But just sign up for the notifications. I also posted on the Agenda Free TV X account, at Agenda Free TV on X. And turn on notifications on whatever platform you're watching on. If you subscribe or follow, and turn notifications on. Thank you to Cartoon Maps. Thank you, Cartoon Maps. I appreciate that. Do I use Discord? We actually have a Discord chat for this channel where people chat when we're not on the air. That you can find at the same link as the notifications. It's free. So thanks for asking. By the way, Trey Yingst from Fox News had posted this earlier, 4 hours ago. He said a growing list of countries are calling on their citizens, to leave Lebanon immediately. Lots of things not known to the public, many diplomatic efforts going behind the scenes to avert a larger war, but the clock is ticking. I feel like I'm hearing maybe some truck traffic there. Our viewer at Tugboat Paul says, Trey is awesome, always has a finger on the pulse. Sarup Theme thinks it will happen Sunday or Monday. Siamak Agtai says probably tomorrow night. Chrome says looks like it's going to be a major attack. Shadows says definitely Sunday. Freedom says nothing will happen. I never get, when we cover a big event and people say nothing will happen and then something happens, not a single person has apologized to me and written to me after and said, you know what, I apologize for saying nothing will happen. Nobody ever apologizes after. Yeah, I'm planning on covering this, until something happens. Because it really could happen at any time. I'm not at the point right now where I'm going to put up a camera when we're not on the air. But, I'll be available to come on the air if something happens. We're not like a just cam channel. So I only want to have the camera up if there's like a really good chance of something happening on the camera. It's just, so I'm not opposed to doing it in the future in the right situation, but it needs to be the right situation. But it doesn't, if I'm off the air and something happens, I can just come right on the air. So it's not a big deal, but it's not a cam channel, so. John Durham says it's like waiting for the enemy to come over the hill. I'm telling you, though, you just at this point don't know. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know when it's going to happen. And Trav points out that, it took 12 days for them to do something in April. That doesn't mean it's going to take them to take that long now. We just don't know. I do agree with Laugh Till UP. I've mentioned this before. Laugh says it takes time to coordinate a response on this scale, which makes sense. But it could be a multi-response. Remember, we're expecting Hezbollah. Hezbollah might do something themselves. Hezbollah might do something before Iran. There was an assassination in suburban Beirut of one of the top Hezbollah leaders, of the top Hezbollah commander. That was Tuesday. So maybe Hezbollah will do something before Iran. We just don't. It could be a multi-part thing. We just don't know. I wouldn't assume you know what's going to happen. Thank you, Blue Rooster. Hey, thanks, Blue Rooster. That's nice of you. Thank you. And Xander Hatmaker as well. Xander thinks Iran is a paper tiger. That's why they hesitate. Weed Thin says they will attack from all sides in an attempt to overwhelm the Iron Dome. Hang on a second here. Just about 4:45 a.m., guys. About 4:45 a.m. In about an hour or so. It will get light. Oh, thank you to Dozer242. And Miss Dreesg, thanks for the gift memberships. It's also been one of these days where, there hasn't even been that much news about the region coming out today. Sometimes you might not have kinetic activity, but you have more news coming out. And news can come out at any time soon, too. Thanks also, Grevin shared. Grevin thinks we might be heading for World War III. I hope not. Walter thinks they are waiting for ships. You mean, Walter, you think that Iran is giving, the U.S. more time to get resources into place to help Israel defend from them? Maybe? That's what you're saying, Walter? Thank you, Walter, for your support. I just think Iran really wants to do something with a deterrent effect. And that they feel, I think that they feel like this situation cannot stand where Israel is just running around assassinating whoever they want, wherever they want. And Iran will feel like it just needs to do something that makes Israel scared of them again. That's what I think. That to me makes the most sense, but as to what it is exactly they do, that I don't know. But I don't think Iran wants this to just continue as it's going. I noticed there was a tornado warning, including Fort Lauderdale. Might have to check my weather radar here. See what's going on. Oops, that wasn't the right thing. Got the wrong thing. This isn't a weather stream, and I'm going to personally check for a second the weather radar. Let's see, where is this thing? The tornado warning for Fort Lauderdale and surrounding area, right now it says radar indicated rotation. It does not say there's been a confirmed tornado there. You should be taking cover if you're in the area. Anyways, I was just checking that out, so I'm not going to linger on that right now. You know, another thing that a couple of viewers have mentioned is this idea that Iran could try to attack some Israeli interest not in Israel. that they would pick a target outside of Israel. I don't know, but if they're going to do something like that, that could happen at any time. Thank you, our member Cindy. Thank you, Jack Horicon, who thinks Iran is taking time to ensure maximum effect. Oh. I'm going to read you something from Seth Fransman. Seth I follow. He is a Middle East analyst. I believe I sometimes see articles from him like in the Jerusalem Post. So Seth said something interesting. He said, let me just show you real quick. There's Seth Fransman, at S. Fransman. So he said something interesting that I want to mention. He said, it looks like this is going to become the new normal where Iran threatens to attack Israel relatively often, causing flights to be canceled in a regional crisis, and that Hezbollah will always fire rockets on Israel with impunity. And what part of what Seth is saying here is this is very disruptive for Israel. You have these flights being canceled in Israel. You have people, and I'm sure people are worried about it in Israel. And it's the second time in, 4 months where Israel is waiting to be attacked by Iran. He lives in the area. I think he's living in Israel. I don't know if he's there right now, but I believe he lives in Israel. He also says it's not clear how Israel extricates itself from this new normal. Prior to October 7th, when there were clashes with Gaza, Hezbollah didn't feel it had a right to fire thousands of rockets, but it has done this now for 10 months. This is Hezbollah in Lebanon firing rockets. He says, similarly, Iran has changed its response to carve out this right to attack, and these new developments, along with the Houthis and Iraqi militias attacking at will, won't easily be put back in the proverbial toothpaste tube. Now that these proxies feel empowered, they won't be easily deterred. And remember that there was a drone attack a week or two ago in Tel Aviv, which killed an Israeli person, and I believe hurt others. And that wasn't Hamas or Iran or Hezbollah. That was from the Houthis in Yemen. Also, Seth says, and again, this is the perspective of somebody who I believe Seth lives in Israel. He says, more problematic is, as is clear from the last days, all Iran has to do now is threaten attacks, and it can get airlines to cancel flights and send the region into crisis and get naval forces moved, etc. In the old days, Iran would make threats, but they were either hollow or Israel dealt with them. Now Iran and Hezbollah feel empowered after October 7th to cause chaos. It's unclear what the road is back to deterrence and an end to endless chaos like this. So it's a really interesting perspective. I'm going to make sure he lives in Israel. But it's an interesting perspective from somebody who's in the region. I also want to mention Seth came out with a new book. So he was nice enough to let me read his posts. So he did post this real quick. He says, I am thrilled to announce the release of my new book, The October 7th War, Israel's Battle for Security in Gaza. While I've covered numerous Gaza wars, this one has been harrowing and long. Awakened by a Hamas rocket fire on October 7th, 2023, he began covering the conflict from its very first day. Yeah, I remember he was going around on October 7th, like taking videos and posting them and stuff. He was reporting from there on October 7th. Anyways, Seth Fransman, S. Fransman on X. But I appreciate Seth letting me show his post. But it's an interesting view talking about the chaos it causes. You know, we can sit here and watch this. But it's different if you're actually living there. So I thought that was interesting to hear from him. Hey, thanks so much, Short Viking. That's so nice of you. Short Viking 89, thanks for becoming a member. Oh, John Attard gave out 20 gift memberships. Wow, thank you so much, John. That's very nice of you over there on YouTube. Thanks, Martin Gingrich, for your support. Thanks, Jack Horicon. Jack thinks Israel is not afraid of Iran's response. He thinks their decision to take out Hamas leader was deliberate and knew a response was going to happen. Well, I think maybe Iran's saying, yeah, they're not afraid. We got to make them afraid. That's what I think maybe Iran might be saying right now, is we need to change the equation for Israel. I would not at all be surprised if that's what they're saying. Gregory Albright says, I would say after this, no one is going to listen to Iran's threats anymore. I don't know what they're going to do. And I don't know, look, one thing I don't think Iran wants to do. Iran would not want to basically do the same thing they did 3 months ago and have everything get shot down. That would look really bad for them. They don't want to do the same attack and have the results be the same. So, if nothing else, I think that they're going to make some sort of adjustments. Now, maybe, as the Institute for the Study of War said, that means they're firing a lot more stuff like drones from Lebanon right across the border than from Israel. But and I get a bunch of you in the chat are saying, well, they make empty threats. They're not going to do anything. But this is part of their worry, I bet. I mean, this is part of why I think they sit there and they say, ask themselves, why did Israel think they could just assassinate somebody in Tehran with impunity? Somebody who was staying at this really important leader of Hamas who was our guest and staying in Tehran at the Revolutionary Guard guest house, I believe it was. G62 data says Iran has no option but to respond, otherwise they will be considered weak and encounter an internal uprising. That's what G62 data thinks. Why was he assassinated? Because he helps lead the group that conducted the October 7th massacre in Israel. He was one of the leaders of Hamas. So he was high on the target list for Israel. Hey, thanks to Miss Dreesg for the gift memberships. Thanks Jonathan Fisher, our new member. Thanks Smoker for the gift memberships. Very nice of you. Lasher says, Iran leaders were sent a message, we can reach you at your home. It's 4:58 a.m. local time. Paul S. says maybe they are coordinating the barrage of rockets, missiles to reach Israel at the same time. Joey thinks Israel would not have assassinated the leaders if they weren't prepared for a response. Let's check out some of the other views. So this is the Western. Oh, hey, I got some daylight on the other view. This is the western part of the Israel-Lebanon border. Look, guys, that's the eastern part of the Lebanon-Israel border. We got a little light coming up on the eastern side there. That's the eastern part of the Lebanon-Israel border. And then let's go look at Jerusalem here. There's Jerusalem. Right there. But we do have some light up. Ooh. Seeing a little light there now. Seeing a little light coming up there. Look at that. Little light coming up. Then we also have a view of Haifa, Israel. Let me show you Haifa, Israel. In the north. Oops, sorry. Hold on. There's Haifa, Israel right there. That's Haifa. The Haifa stream is AFP and the other streams are Reuters. That again is the eastern part of the Lebanon-Israel border. .5:03 a.m. guys. 5:03. It's weird when we're covering something like in a different part of the world, I get used to their clock, and now I'm confused because where I am, it's 10 p.m. at night. I didn't even realize what time it is at night here. Hey, I have a little news from Yemen, guys. Or a little news from hold on a second. From the Gulf of Aden next to Yemen. You can see here a suspected missile attack by Yemen's Houthi rebels, who are supported by Iran, hits container ship in first attack in 2 weeks. The Associated Press says a suspected missile attack by Yemen's Houthi rebels struck at container ships traveling through the Gulf of Aden, authorities said Sunday, likely the first assault by the group since Israeli airstrikes targeted the Houthis. The Houthis have offered no explanation for the 2-week pause in their attacks on shipping through the Red Sea corridor, which have seen similar slowdowns since the assaults began in November over Israel's war on Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The Houthis started doing this, attacking ships in the Red Sea corridor after Israel started fighting in Gaza. But the resumption of attacks comes after the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Iran. Iran is the Houthis' main benefactor, amid renewed concerns over the war breaking out into a regional conflict. The attack by the Houthis on a ship on Saturday happened some 140 miles southeast of Aden in a stretch of the Gulf of Aden that has seen numerous Houthi attacks previously. A security official on the vessel said the missile struck the vessel, but no fires, water ingress, or oil leaks have been observed, according to the UK MTO. The Houthis did not immediately claim the attack. However, it can take the rebels hours or even days before they acknowledge an assault. The Houthi rebels have targeted more than 70 vessels by firing missiles and drones in their campaign that have killed 4 sailors. They have seized 1 vessel and sunk 2 in the time since. Other missiles and drones have either been intercepted by a U.S.-led coalition in the Red Sea or splashed down before reaching their targets. The Houthis maintain that their attacks target ships that are linked to Israel, the U.S., or Britain. As part of their campaign, they say seeks to force an end to the Israel-Hamas war in the Gaza Strip. However, many of the ships they attack have little or no connection to the war, including some bound for Iran. The Houthis have also launched drones and missiles toward Israel, says the AP, including a July 19th attack, a drone attack on Israel, that killed 1 person and wounded 10 others in Tel Aviv. Israel the next day responded with airstrikes on the Houthi-held port city of Hodeidah that hit fuel depots and electrical stations, killing and wounded a number of people, the Houthis say. Since Israel launched those airstrikes on the Houthi port city of Hodeidah, the Houthi-held city of Hodeidah, there had not been any reported attacks on shipping through the Red Sea corridor before today. The killing of Haniyeh in Tehran, the Hamas leader, several days ago, has sparked concerns of a new escalation in the Israel-Hamas war. Already, the U.S. military says it will move a fighter jet squadron to the Middle East and keep an aircraft carrier in the region. Other ships are in the Mediterranean Sea with a marine detachment if regional evacuations become necessary. Again, that is from Associated Press. Sabin Nation says the sun is coming up. It's starting to get light there, guys. Let's look at some of the other angles here. That's the eastern part of the Lebanon-Israel border there. Western part of the Lebanon-Israel border. There's Jerusalem. And here is, there's Haifa in northern Israel. Haifa in northern Israel. Axios' Barak Ravid is reporting that the commander of the Central Command of the U.S. Army arrived in the region to organize an international coalition to stop the Iranian attack. As I mentioned, Axios is reporting that 3 senior American and Israeli officials said it estimated that the Iranian attack could take place as early as Monday. Monday is about 19 hours away, because it is Sunday morning in Israel right now. Quoting crypto physicists, could they launch in the day when more people are in the streets and in cars? Well, they could. Do they? Normally, I would think they might want to avoid any kind of civilian injuries, but maybe that's not the case with this strike. That we don't know. Excuse me. The Axios report also says that U.S. officials expect any Iranian retaliation to be from the same playbook as their April 13th attack on Israel, but potentially larger in scope. And it could also involve Hezbollah and Lebanon. Siamak says, I am now looking at Flight Radar 24. The flights are normal in the sky of Iran. I have not heard that anything really amiss is going on the flight radar. If I see the accounts I follow who know that kind of stuff post that, I will certainly let you know. Where is... I gotta do this. I gotta change this. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. Here's a quick look at Flight Radar 24. Again, I don't know enough about this to tell you how this is different from normal, but I don't know anyone that I follow reporting that this is any kind of huge deviation from the normal there. So that's Flight Radar 24. Hey, let's check out some of the other views. That's Jerusalem. Ooh, look at that. That's also another angle of the Lebanon-Israel border right there. Check that out. And then we have Haifa, Israel, in northern Israel right here. There's Haifa. Some lovely shots, some lovely video shots of these different locations as the sun comes up. Dr. McRib says, nice view. Hey, thanks Kenneth Colton for your support, and also Sam Williams, our member Sam Williams. Eddie V thinks Iran is going to launch an attack in 21 hours. Oh my gosh, Sam Williams, that is incredibly generous of you. Wow. Really, really generous donation from Sam Williams. Sam, I will put it towards the content. I'll put it towards the content like we're seeing right now. Thank you so much, Sam. That's really generous of you, and I very much appreciate it. Sam Williams, thank you. Very kind of Sam. Very much appreciated. Thanks again to Sam Williams and everybody else for your support of the channel and allowing the channel to exist. Very, very much appreciate that. Here is Haifa again. There's Haifa. That's Haifa right there. There's no sound on the Haifa shot. Oh, hearing some birds. Hey, we got some birds on this shot. We are hearing birds. We are hearing birds. Let's just check out. There is the other shot from the border. The eastern side of the Lebanon-Israel border. That's the shot we were just looking at. That is Jerusalem. I think that must be facing west because I see a different shot of Jerusalem and you can see the sun coming up. So this must be facing, I assume the camera, I mean, it's a live shot. You can actually see the traffic. If you look on the bottom, you can actually see traffic moving on that shot and lights blinking and stuff. So it is a live shot. It's just, I think it's looking away from the sun coming up. And then there's Haifa. Very pretty in Haifa. That is Haifa, northern Israel. I do not have a shot of Tel Aviv right now. No, I do not have a shot of Tel Aviv. Hey, thanks so much to Low Key Valkyrie. Really appreciate it, Low Key Valkyrie. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. And thanks to Corletti, our new member. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Oh, the Australian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Penny Wong, posted a couple hours ago. She said Australians in Lebanon should leave immediately while commercial flights are available. Please take whatever option is available. This may not be a direct route. That's from Australia's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Here's another shot of the Lebanon-Israel border there. There's Jerusalem. And here is Haifa. There is Haifa. Wow, look at that. Look at Haifa. Check out Haifa. Thanks so much, Princess Teapot, and also Gringo for the gift memberships. Very kind of you, Gringo. Thank you. And Chris, Canada, Quebec City. Thank you, Chris. And hang on a moment here. Thanks so much, Jack's Animals, for subscribing on Twitch, and Carolyn for the bits. Thank you. And Paper City Gamer and Low Key Valkyrie for your support on Twitch. Haifa is in northern Israel. I'll show you where it is on the map. Here's our map from Google Maps. There's Israel there. Haifa is right here. The border with Lebanon is here. So it's about 20 miles south of the border with Lebanon. Haifa is right here. I don't have sound on that shot, however. Sorry about that. No sound on that shot, just video. Henrock said the beach in Haifa is incredible. I've never been there. I'd like to visit the region. I've never been to the Middle East. We have, that's the shot we were looking at before. Now it's, I got to turn down the volume a little bit. Now it's loud. "5:25 a.m. Ooh. Oh, there's volume on this shot. Maybe there's volume on Haifa. It just wasn't loud enough. Let me check the Haifa shot out again. Maybe I do have some sound on there. Actually, hold on. Hold on. I got to figure this out. Where is? All right. I don't think the Haifa one has any sound on it. No, Haifa's quiet. Thanks so much to Bex in Wonderland from Canada. Bex in Wonderland, thank you for your support of the channel. I appreciate that. Also, really appreciate it, Melissa Taylor. Thank you so much, Melissa Taylor, for your support of the channel. I think the Jerusalem shot that you're looking at is pointing directly away from the sun, because I can see a different Jerusalem shot online and it's brighter. That's loud. Yeah, that shot is definitely getting lighter. That's definitely getting lighter now. That's the Jerusalem shot. Again, I think that's pointed away from the sun. Thank you for Kimberly, who is watching with her 82-year-old mom. Thanks, Kimberly's mom, for watching, and also Daniel Boberson and Donna Smith for your support. Thank you very much. And look, I would not assume that this has to be some time of nighttime attack by Iran. I'd say more likely, but who knows what they're going to do? Who knows what they're going to do? And, you know, if something happens when I'm off the air, I'll just come back on the air and immediately start covering it. Make sure you subscribe and follow the channel, and also turn on the notifications. We have our own free notification system. You sign up once for free. We do it through Discord. You sign up once for free and you get sent a notification whenever we go live. So that way you know when we're going live. Also, I always post on the X account at Agenda Free TV whenever we go live. Thank you, Short Viking. Thanks, Short Viking 89. Thank you. Princess Teapot says, is there significance to why attacks happen at night as opposed to daytime? So I'm not sure for sure. I mean, one thing I will say is if you don't want to cause collateral damage and have unnecessary civilian casualties, you might want to do it at night so people aren't out and about. I don't know otherwise whether it's why it's done. I can't speak to why it's done that way. I mean, obviously, if you're attacking someone and you think that nighttime will make it harder for them to defend, that would certainly be a reason, but I can't speak to the specifics on that. I don't know enough about the situation there to know if Israel's defense would really have a different capability at night than during the day. I do not know. Zahabi says the only logical explanation is that the enemy can't see well at night. But again, I do think there can be something involved if you don't want to have people unnecessarily caught up in the fire, in the hurt. But I can't speak to the specific. It's a good question. Huh. Hey, thank you, Madcus Hawkins. Thank you, Madcus Hawkins, for your support, and Dev Bites. Thanks for being a new member. Our viewer Glenn's World thinks nothing will happen until August 9th. Zinjin says it's fairly amazing how peaceful the scenery seems and looks. There is Haifa in northern Israel. There's Haifa right there. Look at that. That is Haifa. That is not the Israel-Lebanon border. It's about 20 miles south of the border. Brad says Jerusalem shot is over the eastern gate over Al-Aqsa, so camera is pointed west. We'll show you that in a second. There is the shot of Jerusalem. That is Jerusalem. Yeah, there used to be cameras inside Gaza. We don't have any. We haven't had those for a long time. Thanks so much to Limited Edition for the gift memberships. Really, really nice of you guys giving other people memberships. Thank you. Yeah, this channel, we cover live breaking news. That's what we do. So when there's big news, we come on the air. But I vowed, I said I will stay on the air tonight until it gets light. So that's what I told you we would do. Oh, I should show one more time. Let me show you one more time what happened earlier tonight, about 5 hours ago, when we saw a Hezbollah rocket attack on Israel, which was not part of the big response. It's one of their sort of regular rocket attacks. But we saw this earlier tonight live. So in case you missed it, I'm going to replay it for you. Here's the replay. This is from earlier tonight, about 5 hours ago. And if you look below me, you'll see the interceptors slowly going up, shot by Israel and shooting down the rockets. Several dozen rockets launched by Hezbollah. So just look below me. Keep looking below me. This is a replay from earlier tonight. Any moment now, you'll see it on the replay. I promise you. You will see it. Just hang on. I thought, there it is. There's an interceptor right there. We saw this live. Now I'm replaying it. See the interceptors? That was earlier. earlier this evening. I have not heard about any damage caused by those rockets. Okay, so I wanted to play that again so you guys could see that. Oops. There's Haifa. Our viewer Henrock City sent me a video, which I can't show, which appears to be possibly the burial site of Haniyeh in Qatar. But I can't confirm that right now. But thank you for sending me the video. Hang on a moment. Thank you, Senator Funstein. Senator Funstein, we're not expecting any kind of significant response from Gaza. I mean, Gaza has been Israel has been attacking different Hamas forces in Gaza since last October. So maybe Gaza has some rockets left. I don't know. There have not been many rockets fired from Gaza in recent months. I'm sure Israel has. We know Israel has destroyed a number of Gaza fighters and destroyed Gaza weaponry, Hamas weaponry. So, no, there's not any. We're not expecting any kind of like huge, any significant response from Hamas. Although you never know. But Hamas has been their military in the near term capabilities have been very weakened. I can't answer your question about Rafah. I don't know exactly where the Israeli forces are inside Gaza at the moment. Thank you, Senator Funstein. Eliyahu Cooperman thinks Iran is all bark, no bite. Well, we haven't seen what their response is yet. Armand Amsterdam says Iran could be preparing for a closure of the Strait of Hormuz. This could put international pressure on Israel to rethink any cross-border incursion to Lebanon. Any kind of action Iran might do to that would significantly affect the world economy, that would be very risky for them, because then they'd be risking the United States jumping in and directly attacking them. So I'm not expecting something like that to happen. I don't know. But I don't think Iran wants to do something where they start bringing in an international coalition of countries to start attacking them. And I have not heard any analysis suggesting that would be something like that would be on the table. The Strait of Hormuz, says Wikipedia, provides the only sea passage from the Persian Gulf to the open ocean is one of the world's most strategically important choke points. A third of the world's liquefied natural gas and almost 25% of total global oil consumption passes through the strait. Scott Weasel thinks Iran will wait it out and make everyone paranoid, and thinks when they attack, it probably won't be something typical. Thank you, Scott, for your comment. Sun coming up in Jerusalem, you can see. Lebanon, that's also the Lebanon-Israel border. How about there is Haifa. So my plan will be soon. We have been on covering the evening in Israel. No attack tonight, but my plan will be to do more coverage when it is dark out again. But I will say, if there are any big doings before then, I will just come on the air. There's nothing stopping me from coming on the air if there's some doings during the day or if there's other big news. So I will certainly be keeping an eye on it. But if there's no big news from the region, then we would probably come on roughly the same time tomorrow. What day is it where I am? It's Saturday where I am. Saturday at 10:42 p.m. My clock is all messed up now because I've been looking at the live shots from Israel. We'll give it a few more minutes. What I'm going to start doing, I'll start saying some thank yous to people now. I really appreciate people joining us for our coverage. Yeah, we cut something. When an event like this, it's just you don't know when anything's going to happen. So you cover it and you see what happens. But I am confident that Iran will respond to Israel. They have said they will, and the Supreme Leader has said they will. But I do very much appreciate you guys joining for the coverage. And all of your support of the channel, too. That is so kind of you. Thank you. But we will certainly be doing more coverage. By the way, I will post, when I'm not on the air, I post breaking news and updates on my X account. So follow me on X at Lookner, at Lookner. I'll be posting there updates I hear when we're not on the air. At Lookner. Follow there. No, it is not true that his attack is underway. There have been, surprise, 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 there have been false reports on social media today. This is Haifa. We'll go back to this video. Oops. Hey, let's thank our moderators because they are the reason that we can even have chat rooms. Our moderators have been here keeping the chat civil and respectful. A huge thanks to our moderators, people like Ruth Krafasi, all of our YouTube moderators. Thank you. Cynthia Moon, Sarah 55, And all of our other YouTube moderators who've been there, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over there on Twitch. Cerrero, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, Surly Dev. Big shout out to all of our mods. Kay Lowry Body on Facebook. Margaret Riley, Christina Neal, Paul Anderson, Ronald Egnor. Huge thanks to all of our mods for being with us for the coverage. Thanks, Jorge, for your support. Jorge M., who is in Peru. Jorge was watching from Peru. Thanks, Jorge. Thanks also, Victor Banis, for being a new member. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys. You've been very generous supporting the channel. And again, it just allows the channel to exist and also buy content like these videos. So thank you for your support of the channel. It's very kind of you. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But big thanks for supporting the channel. Oh, thanks to Matt Sandy. I appreciate that, Matt. Thank you. Hey, so turn on the free notifications. Sign up for the free notifications. Turn those on so you know when we're going live. The mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat, and you can find the notifications link in the description of this broadcast on YouTube and Facebook. Also, at that same link, you can check out our Discord chat where you can chat with other members, with other viewers while we're not on the air. A Discord chat, it's free. So check that out at the same link. Big thanks to our Discord moderators too. Thanks, Discord moderators. And if anybody's interested in being a volunteer moderator, just ask our mods for more information. They can give you more info on that. That'd be awesome. A quick reminder also, if you watch on YouTube, if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications to get notifications through YouTube, you need to, after you subscribe, you need to click the notifications bell. You got to click this bell, and then you got to choose all notifications. So do that if you're subscribed on YouTube. Oh, and also, a quick reminder, I do have a personal channel, which hasn't happened lately, but if there's less news going on at a given time, sometimes I do some non-news live streaming on my personal channel. That is called Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd with a D on Twitch. Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd with a D on Twitch. You can check that out if you'd like. Let's see. No agenda on that one either. I want to thank our Facebook subscribers for supporting the channel. Eve Richards and Diane Allworth, for example, Robert Rial II, Michael Clayton, Margaret Riley, Kate Lowry Body, Jane Summers, all of our Facebook subscribers, thank you so much for your support. And our Twitch subscribers, shout out to you, like Puff Adder, Aaron Weirdo, Shaggy Wall Street, Jack's Animals, Integrity Farmer Bob, Josh 2112, thanks for subscribing. Also, Low Key Valkyrie, thanks for subscribing. XO Gringo XO, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. And Greyhound Player, all of our, and Rocky Coast, and James 54. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers and all of our YouTube members, people like Kelly Gurney, Dallas Realtor, Barbs, Susie Irish, David Hawthorne, Jane Jones, Donna Smith, Anak, Cloud 99, PZ Papa Zulu, Zinc Man, Winding Road, Clark Townsend, Marissa Pugliese, Harper Ann, King Andrew, Henrock City, Evelyn in Maine, Allie C, Wildflower, Mr. Ripkin. These are some of our members on YouTube. Waltham, Donna Smith, Wendy Lance, Dragonfly Lady, Crift Cards, Becky Vetters, Jim Lil, Danny G, T, Meth Wizard, Penny, David Hawthorne, Nicholas Browse, thanks for being members. Larry Potter, Ski Bee, Prep Mom, and all of our other YouTube members. Thank you, YouTube members. Devil Bunny, Ryan, R22426, Pancakes, Jessica SL, I think it is, and all of our other members. All of our other viewers. Our viewers in general, thanks to the viewers in general for watching. Chucky's Chicklet, Brondo Zero. Oh, thanks to Puff Adder for giving out the community subs on Twitch. Thanks, Puff Adder. That's nice of you. All right, Cami Duda, thanks for watching. All right, so I think we are just about to wrap this up. Now, if by some chance I get off the air and then there's some big news from the area, I can come right back on the air, and I will, okay? So, but for now, I think we're about to wrap up the stream. Let's take one last look at some of these shots. Oops, that is from Haifa right there. That is Haifa in northern Israel. We got this shot of the Lebanon-Israel border. We have this shot of the Lebanon-Israel border. And that shot of Jerusalem. All right, guys. Well, guys, it's time. But I very much appreciate you joining me for this. We will keep covering this important story. I think it's a very, very important story. The world waits, Israel waits, and I think the world waits to see what Iran will do. But again, if big news is happening, I'll come back on the air. And if we don't come on the air before, we will come on the air roughly the same time tomorrow when it's dark out in Israel. All right, guys? All right. Thank you so much, people like Charles Fernando de Silva. Thanks for watching. Tony James, Javaris, and all of our other viewers. And thank you again so much to our moderators. You guys are awesome. Big shout out to our moderators for moderating today and always being with us in the chats. All right, so that is it. You've been watching this edition of our coverage of the situation as Israel waits for an Iran attack in retaliation for the assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran a few days ago, and also for the assassination of a Hezbollah top commander in the Beirut suburb just hours before that. So we'll have to see where this is all going. Thank you so much for being with us, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.